Go at throttle up.
Hello. Good morning. Wait, no. It's the afternoon now. It always gets me, dude, because I always get ready to start up the stream like in the morning. It's still morning. But it's... You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, how are you doing?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm doing just fine, dude. Oh! Nice. You know what, guys? This shirt's a little dirty because I was working out in the shop. I'm just gonna go change my shirt real quick. I'm just gonna, leave that on the screen here with some Starbase Live sounds. And, I'll be right back. Oh, it gets better? Oh, it gets better? Oh. It gets better? How does it get better? Woof. Woof. All right. Nice, Graham. That's awesome. Dude. Got fellas, after what I see, dude, yeah, no. I'm you know, some people would call this Elon kind of going bananas again. Honestly, fellas, it's kind of warranted. I'm kind of with him on this one. And if you said that like 2, maybe 3 days ago, I would have been like, what are you talking about? You know, like, nah. You can has brake manufacturer as sponsor? Huh? Relevant meme? Is this the... Yeah. If you ever need to pick me up, watch your Flight 5 video of the catch. Yeah, no, I know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, it's good. I make space parts for the American working Kerbal because that's what I am and what I care about. Listen up, this is only going to take a second. Done this before? Mom, it's the guy who robbed the bank. I didn't rob any bank. Oh, yeah, right, like it was some other fat guy with a tiny head. I got a tiny head? Hi for me, you love the back screen. Oh, thanks, man. All right. EJ, how you doing? Great show. I'm doing good. I was mad yesterday. I was very mad yesterday. I was a little pissed. I was a little mad. Apologies for the crash out, but I think it was warranted. Morning, Bubba. What's up, Farm? How you doing? Really? No one could tell. Yeah. Wait. That's a green screen? Oh, no. Let me pick up the phone. Here, ready? See? Yeah, see? At least you're not a Giants fan. That's right. Elon saw your stream and got mad. Dude, you know, I don't like getting pissed on stream because I might say something that I don't mean, right? But I'm thinking I was on the right track yesterday. I'm thinking I was on the right track. I think that this is yeah, I'm thinking I'm on the right track. Let's load up KSP. We got a crewed mission to fly today. You know, saying this is funny and all. Wouldn't it jeopardize Isaacman's potential renomination? Yeah, that's interesting. Could be worse. You could be a Cowboys fan. Yes, it could be worse. My team is doing quite well right now. I'm just putting it out there. Based in warranted build. Yep. Really ephemeral. Oh, jeez. You know, like, the thing is that I didn't really mind Sean Duffy until this move. I don't think this... Okay, so, like, here's the thing. We can... I want to play Kerbal today, so I'll just get it. Well, I'll just talk to you about it while Kerbal's loading up. That's not the worst idea. I don't think that making NASA part of the Department of Transportation is necessarily a good idea, but I do think that making, like, a NASA administrator, a cabinet position, is not the stupidest thing to do. That's not the stupidest thing to do. That, you know, it makes it so the administrator, you know, it kind of gets in there via lobbying instead of a Senate confirmation, but, you know, that's not the stupidest idea. NASA kind of, I think it would be better if NASA had some kind of higher connection to the president, so they take it more seriously. With that being said, I think the administrator should be a cabinet position. I don't think rolling NASA under the umbrella of the Department of Transportation is smart. I don't think that's a good decision. Right now. Does that make sense? Don't do that right now. Refactoring your bureaucratic process for NASA is not something that you should be doing when you're in a proclaimed space race, when expediency is key. That's not smart at all. What? No, don't do that. You're shooting NASA in the foot and going against what you claim to be expedient. And I would hope that Elon, you know, saying all this is kind of showing the president, look, this guy, I know about space. You know I know about space. This guy's, no, this is not, he's not the answer. He's not our guy. You know? That's what I think he's doing. And I think he's right. Good news, we have a stacked SLS now. Yeah, that's great. Now, with that being said, the commercial aspect of NASA is already under the FAA, guys. That's already under the FAA. The Federal Aviation Administration controls the commercial launches, dudes. If you became NASA administrator, what would you do for the program? Not saying you'd be bad, just wondering. Oh. Now, see, that's a good question, dude. I think if Elon keeps pressing this Duffy might screw him over and refuse to sign over any flight licenses for Starship V3. I mean, there's not many people in this country that have the president on speed dial, Baron, so I think, go ahead, do that. See what happens. Oh, no, it looks like KSP loaded. Talk over. I think that he's more likely to side with Duffy than Elon, unfortunately. I don't think so. I don't think so, John. Duffy didn't get him a presidency, dude. Seriously. Think about that for a second. Money talks. Elon wins. Edmika, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Straight up. Elon wouldn't be going overt and saying this guy's an idiot. Like, dude, it looks like he's posting memes. That dude is calculated. You can say whatever you want. You can hate him. You can do it. He doesn't. I mean, he has thrown tantrums once or twice. But when he does stuff like this, when he's trolling somebody, it's calculated. It's on purpose. I'm pretty damn sure he's saying, like, look, he's not our guy. This is not our guy. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. My Crazy Chicken Head account got deleted, but I'm back. Oh, okay. He seems like he's playing with fire if he isn't instituting the reforms Trump wanted at NASA. Dude, you know, Eric Berger was saying, like, yesterday that Duffy wants to do this because he wants to make a name for himself. And that's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I understand politicians wanting to get ahead. But what I don't like is taking shortcuts. Rolling NASA into the DOT and then taking credit for NASA going back to the moon is a shortcut. That tells me you're a pretender. You're a pretender. This is not a James Webb moment. I don't think it's the James Webb moment he thinks it is. It's not. Now you have arguably one of the biggest stakeholders in our in our national space program, saying you have room temperature IQ, which is pretty funny. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna end well for our boy. He's not our guy. That guy, dude. I was kind of cool with him. I was kind of indifferent until this. This is dumb. You might be stupid. Like, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? That's right, goalie. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Room temperature in Fahrenheit. We're not being that mean, okay? You keep your room at 190 F. All right. You're not your guy, pal. Room temperature in Kelvin. 293. I mean, SpaceX is already not focusing on HLS, my friend. False. I asked. They are. You're wrong. Baron, I kind of went and pulled some strings when I really probably shouldn't have. How do you lose your job in space in one day? Bingo. So, Blows, if I became NASA administrator, what would I do? I thought room temperature Kelvin was like 20. 20 Kelvin is like minus like 400 Fahrenheit, Grim. You want a good way you want a good way to understand Kelvin. 273 is 0. 273 Kelvin is 0, is the freezing point of water. If you add 30 to that, that's your temperature in Celsius. Or, no. Well, you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I already did that. 273 is like room temperature. Or 290. Damn it, now you guys confused me. Anyway. So if I'm NASA administrator at this point, dude, I wouldn't have tried to do that. I wouldn't have tried to roll NASA into the Department of Transportation. 273. Yeah, 293 is room temperature. Excuse me. Sorry, I did math. If you're NASA administrator, a nicer shirt. Nez, I already got a nice shirt. Look at this shirt, man. Anyway. How about them Lions? Lions did good. Blows, I'll tell you in a second. If I was administrator at this point, dude, oh, man. It's a mess, dude. Probably the worst mess that I've ever seen. Because on one hand, President's telling you to get back to the moon. 2027, 2028. That's a tall task. It is a tall task. That's a hard thing to do. Starship might be ready by then for landing and for human rating. Might be. It's possible. But that's still a whim and a prayer. It's not. There's a lot of unknown unknowns. If it was me, personally, I would double down on Starship. If I was the administrator, I'd go to Elon and be like, yo, you got to work on that, dude. And that may have been what Sean Duffy was doing yesterday. Saying that SpaceX needs, opening up the contract to foster competition. That may have been his way of saying, like, look, you need to go faster. I don't know why he just doesn't call up Elon Musk and be like, yo, I need you to go faster. But, yeah, I'm not sure why you just don't do that. But, you could have just done that. He'll probably be like, yes, I agree. But honestly, if I'm NASA administrator, what I would really be working on is fostering a NASA environment that's more adaptive. Basically, what Rook said is not that far off from what I would be doing. I would, see, now I'm not even sure. Now I'm not even sure anymore, dudes. Like, for the longest time, Blows, what I've been saying is I would want, I would want NASA to have their own in-house space program. That is completely different than SpaceX. Now, the thing is that, you know, I would want redundant architecture, etc., etc. I would want to make sure that I would want to build out SLS's architecture to get people to the moon, but also use SpaceX to resupply the moon with Starship. So have NASA basically deliver your base components, like with SLS, because you can throw more with SLS because it's expendable, right? And then resupply said station with Starship parts, and then send all your accoutrement on that. I would try to utilize SLS in its best capacity, which would mean cargo launches. Simultaneously, I would want Orion to have some type of commercial option. So Falcon Heavy, New Glenn, Vulcan, something to get that thing up into LEO. And then we need some type of transfer vehicle to get it to the moon. Now, preferably, what you could do is use SLS to do that. You could have SLS, you could launch SLS and use the EUS as a transfer stage and dock Orion to that, send Orion out there with payload. Or you could just do a direct lunar insertion with SLS to get parts down to the surface. I would get rid of Gateway. I think Gateway's a waste of time. I understand what Gateway's trying to do, and I would supplement that with other programs. I would work on championing the EUS into a transfer vehicle.
Discovery.
Wet workshops with that, and go from there. Basically, an Artemis applications program. And NASA, I would want NASA to build out their own lander, and Orion service module needs to be upgraded. So we need an upgraded Orion service module, a low Earth orbit access vehicle for Orion with its upgraded service module. SLS basically converted to cargo. You could still do a crew launch with it if you really want to, but SLS basically changed to built around 1B cargo and go from there, and then have SpaceX kind of resupply the whole thing. Hey, Amika, or Chickenhead, thank you for the resub. Could VAST be used as a gateway? Some off-the-shelf component would be better, Fluffy. What I would probably want to do is take a module like VAST's and put it on the front of an EUS and make that a Skylab. Have SLS launch a dry workshop version of the EUS with the hydrogen tank as a habitable volume, and then have VAST's module on the front of that thing with, you know, solar panels and all of its accoutrement, right? And basically make that into a Skylab. Yeah, and then go from there. And then, you know, through that development right there, you can basically retool the EUS over time into a stage that has loiter capability, and then use that as your transfer vehicle for sending payloads to Mars. To supplement, and then have SpaceX kind of supplement the whole thing with Starship. That's what I would do. But I'm not even sure if that's the smart enough thing to do right now. That would ensure long-term stability of NASA's space program and SpaceX's program. But the elephant in the room, of course, is Starship. If SpaceX builds out Starship and it does everything that SpaceX wants it to do, it is getting harder and harder by the day to make the argument for SLS. Not that NASA should be using SpaceX rockets for everything. I'm talking about NASA buying Starships. Buying them. Have SpaceX build the pad for you. And then NASA operates the Starships. Just like how, you know, the military would buy a tank, or they would buy a fighter, right? Boeing doesn't fly F-35s around, right? Or Lockheed doesn't fly F-35s around, right? No, you train your own. The U.S. military trains pilots on them. That could be a useful thing to do in the future, but I wouldn't put all my chips in that basket right now. But I will say it would be getting tougher and tougher to really justify NASA having an in-house rocket when something is on the table like Starship. it's getting harder and harder to justify it, but I still wouldn't do it. I still wouldn't go all in on Starship if I was NASA at this point in time. Yeah, so in the meantime, you need to refactor the Artemis architecture to work independently of SpaceX's. Not because you don't believe in SpaceX, but because, dude, honestly, I'm turning into a huge Starship fanboy, and I you know what? I don't really care. It's fine. It's fine. As long as I can stay relatively objective, it's fine. I still wouldn't, if I was in the position of NASA administrator. I would want NASA to have their own rockets. The only way that I would move to buying and procuring starships, the only way I would do that is if Starship it works 100% human rating end to end. Basically, Starship can send people up into Leo and come back with people on board, and it receives NASA's human rating certification. That's when I would start procuring them. But that's, like I said, that moment's a little ways away. I'd say that's 4 to 5 years away, and that's entirely optimistic. So what does NASA do in these 5 years? Nothing? No. Absolutely not. Build out your space program, get you an end-to-end way to get to the moon, right? Have SpaceX work and Blue work on sustainability, but have NASA use the old tricks as the best tricks to get there initially, right? That suffices for expediency. That suffices for not screwing up your long-term supply of the moon. And, you know, who knows? Sometime in the future, maybe, you know, the NASA Design Center that built out this new proverbial lunar lander starts working on building Martian heavy landers, right? And then you start using the EUS as your transfer vehicle, and Orion as your transfer vehicle to move out to Mars. Spoiler alert. I may or may not be, you know. You'll see. You'll see what I mean. Hey, Nartralox, I'm good. Judging by what SpaceX wants out of Starship, you could say that for most launch vehicles and spacecraft. Yeah, I suppose. If you would use Starship for resupply missions, why not send one to turn into a wet workshop on the moon? I don't see why I wouldn't explore that, Space Noodles, right? I would support SpaceX if they wanted to do something like that. But think about it like this. You know, say it's 2029, okay? Say it's 2029. Starship works. SpaceX can put 100 tons on the moon. You're not going to need 100 tons down to the surface every time. You're not going to need that. You don't need 100 tons down to the surface every single freaking time, right? Sometimes you just want to send 2 people, or 3, or 4. You're not going to fly 2 or 3 people around on a C5 Galaxy, right? Oh, we need to move 2 people around. Get the C5. No, you would have a smaller application, right? For a lander. Something like the LEM would be very sufficient. Yeah, Geeson, precisely. That gives you the redundancy, and I would basically keep SpaceX on lunar base resupply. I would keep them on lunar base resupply so they get the experience, and they can eventually move towards their human rating with Starship. And once the human rating with Starship goes, off to the races, baby. Basically, I wouldn't want to change the direction of the space program based off of the promise of Starship. Right? I would want to pivot the space program to procuring commercial vehicles once Starship proves out its worth empirically, which I think is a very straightforward way of doing things. That's what I would do as administrator. I would build out the Artemis program to be the most comprehensive our in-house NASA architecture we could possibly think of. And, you know, say SpaceX does have something weird happen with Starship. Say they do. I don't think they will, but maybe they do. It's okay. As NASA, I would want to foster this. I wouldn't want to fight against it like Sean Duffy is doing. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? right? I would foster SpaceX and try to stoke that as much as humanly possible. You want to do a Starship workshop? Let's go, baby. Let's go. You want commercial low Earth orbit Starship? Let's go, dude. Come on. Let's go. In that regard, I probably wouldn't make many friends. You know why? Because people would be like, oh, you're being favoritist towards SpaceX. No, I'm being favoritist towards the people that launch things into space. Sorry about that. Excuse me. The space shuttle external tank is big enough for a wet workshop, and I saw the Mark 1 test tank at Cocoa Beach. It's definitely big enough for a wet workshop. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be something like that. There are ways. I'm not doing space news today, RJ. I really don't want to. I would rather play Kerbal the whole day, which is why I'm kind of getting it out of the way, dude. Ooh, motorcycle. They've started demolishing Pad 1, by the way. Here, hang on real quick. Let me give you guys a quick update. Is the garage cam working? I got that all centered. I was missing the trunk pan is flat in the car, guys. I got it. I figured it out. I figured out I was missing a small piece of the puzzle, dude. What's going to happen with Tower 1? Are they turning it into a copy of 2? That's what it looks like. Yeah, a little bit of a car update, guys. I finally got that thing all fit. It fits pretty dang good. And when it comes to the point of drilling all the holes in the pan and marking it where it needs to go and then finally zapping that thing in, I'll let you know. So over the weekend, dudes, I went to an auto show out in central Massachusetts, and there were a lot of Coronets there. I took a lot of reference pictures. I have a bunch on my phone of the undersides of all the cars. Believe it or not, I don't have any pictures of the tops of these cars. I just took pictures of the subframe components in the back. And I took pictures of the wheel wells and how everything jives together. And I missed one critical thing, dude. I missed one thing. There's a spacer. It's not really a spacer, so to speak, but with the two bumper bolts that go... There are two bumper bolts that go through the rear crossmember into the frame. And the flange is kind of like, if you're looking at the car from the side, the frame rail is like right here, and the flange is like this. If you want the car to fit correctly, you can't have the frame rail sitting in the channel like this. It has to be up a little bit. There has to be a little bit of leeway there. And believe it or not, dudes, when I shimmed the rear crossmember correctly to the frame rails, everything went into place. The left and right frame rail are basically perfect. The trunk pan is basically sitting on them. There's no gap. So it's a shim, but it's not a shim, but it kind of is, but it's kind of not. So yeah, I shimmed these things, the bumper bolts that were holding the crossmember in. I put some washers in between the L, like the bolt goes through here and it goes into a captive nut on the frame rail. I put some washers right here where the bottom of the channel is and made it so the frame rail didn't move all the way down, and everything fell into place. Like I heard the whole trunk pan go clunk and fall right into position. So I was missing a piece. That's what I was chasing. I couldn't figure it out. Are you gonna weld shims or what? We could. No, we're gonna weld the crossmember. We don't need the shims electrocutor. So this piece, I shimmed it for a fitment. Now, when I weld the crossmember to the frame rail, we could take those shims out. And here's what I noticed. Like, look. Okay, all right. Here's the giveaway. Okay. So this is a picture of a reference vehicle, right? Here. That's a picture of a reference vehicle. Here's the bottom piece. There's that piece that I'm talking about. Okay, now look. See right here? See this line? It's bent. This whole bracket is bent up. See what I'm talking about? See how this tab is bent up to the frame rail? Look at the shadow. Well, it's the car is lime green, so it's chroming it out. See right here? See the wave right there? That's what gave it away. Come back. See the waves in the cross member right there? The whole thing was bent up. So that must have been just how they assembled them. They assembled them with that clearance, and then when they tightened the bolt, it bent the tab up. Whatever, dude. And that was multiple cars, dude. So I have another one. I have a picture of the same thing on another car. And if you look, this guy actually didn't have a rear bumper bolt, but if you look, the tab is bent. See? It's bent up. That guy didn't have a rear bumper bolt in his. Actually, his rear crossmember is misaligned. See that? His rear crossmember is misaligned to one side. That's from the factory, though. There's your tolerances. But yeah, that was the critical thing that I was missing. The assembly order for putting that rear crossmember together. You got to leave a little bit of space, and then when you tighten the bolt, it clamps to it. So yeah, I went, yeah, I really did a lot of research. I was under a bunch of cars on Sunday. You know, it's weird walking up to the people that own these cars and be like, yo, I'm working on one of these. May I take some reference pictures of the bottom of the car? And they're like, what? I'm like, I'm building one. Let me show you. I need reference for this part. Oh, yeah. Here, go, look. And then I tell them it's a 4-door, and they go, what? I'm like, don't worry about it, dude. Relax. You watched the 2 excavators on pad 1 for 2 hours today? Nice. Car show was worth every second. Yep. Mm-hmm. Did you talk to some of the owners? What did they say about the project? I said I'm redoing a sedan. And they're like, why? I'm like, because I need the experience. Because I don't know how this goes together. And they're like, all right. So, yeah, there you go. All right. Now that we got most of that out of the way. Yeah, Pig. The real big problem here, guys, is that the left side leaf spring, because I missed this, the driver's side rear leaf spring perch is a little bit out. It's a little down, right? But we can bend it up into position. It's welded in a little bit crooked because I missed that step, right? And when I fitted the cross member, I missed it doing the shims, and I pushed the tab all the way to the bottom. And when I welded it in, the leaf spring was up. So when I took the tab off, it went down. Like I leveled it, and the frame rail was tilted, right? And then when I took it all apart, the frame rail came down to its level resting position, and it bent the leaf spring perch down. That's on me. Inexperience, we can bend it into position. I'm not worried. But yeah, I really should take the driver's side rear leaf spring perch. We should drill it out and re-weld it. Because if I get that perfect, oh man, this thing's gonna be nice. So are you on the KSA preview shortlist? I have the game, Electrocutor. My friend has a cab over tow truck. Nice. Yeah. Why? Why a sedan? Why? Because I want to learn, so I can build a better one later. Anyway, that's the update on the car. I've been working on it for 15-20 minutes every day, guys, and making some pretty decent forward progress. The thing is, it's just all small stuff. When we're ready to weld that pan in, we'll stream it. I'm figuring you guys are sick of seeing trunk alignment streams. I did like 20 of them. So when I have some good content for you, zapping that pan in, then we'll go. All right. So where we last left off last night, we are going to do another. We're going to do a moon hopper mission. Let's go check our contracts here. How many hops? We're not going to get as many hops as we do on Minmus out of that thing. Maybe 2. So we're going to pluck this thing. Oh, geez, it needs a Science Junior for the contract. I'm thinking. Hey, Space, how are you? So the mission needs an accelerometer, mystery goo, and a Science Junior. So we might need to do a different SAT bus. Glad to hear you found the magic bean falling into place. Yeah, Hellfish Wheat. The more I think about it, I could probably bend the leaf spring perch up into position after I weld the trunk, like the trunk to the frame rails. We could bend the thing up, but I'm worried about bending the trunk pan down. Dude, honestly, at this point, it might be better to just undo the leaf spring. It's only, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 8. It's 8 welds. They're just plug welds. I have carbide bits, tungsten carbide bits that we can just drill them out and go from there. I might do that. Just because if I get the pan right and then we fit that thing right, this thing is going to be perfect. Like, perfect, 100% straight. Did you catch the highlights of the game? I watched the game, dude. Do it right. I think so. It's not going to take much to get that thing nice and aligned. And when it's aligned, oh, baby, it's going to be nice. All right. Anyway, so we want to position a satellite around the moon. 85 grand payout, 13 science, 11 rep, but it needs an accelerometer, mystery goo, and Science Junior. Our current moon hopper configuration that we have on this, that's on an Octo Block 2 is not really right for that. I was a doomer to the second most legendary homer in Jay's history. Gang, I feel bad for the Marlins, dude. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel bad, dude, because they did not take that loss very well. Not that they should have taken it nicely, you know. Not the Marlins, the Mariners, excuse me. I mean, I do feel bad for the Marlins. I feel bad for them too, but for different reasons. Yeah, that sucks, man. You don't want to see somebody go out in a game 7 like that. It's so bad. But hey, I think you guys got your work cut out for you with the Dodgers. Good luck with that. You saw the screaming clip? Yeah, they didn't take that well. Nor should they have. Like, it sucks losing in a game 7, man. That's terrible. All right, let's check our contracts. Ball game was good. The Lions won the game, so that was pretty cool. This has everything on it but mystery goo. It's just these missions want these damn science juniors, right? And that's all fine, but okay. All right, we'll get rid of that. Do I have another SAT bus here? Yeah. The Octo 2 SAT bus. This has a Science Junior on it, and it does have a significant amount of Delta V. We should be able to get the stage to loiter out there and get Hey, Supersonic, what's up? How's you and the family? Everything is good, Chuck. I got no complaints, my dude. $60 monoprop, so that's 60 monoprop right there. You know how this stuff works? Sorry, that's from something else. So this sucker has the Delta V to pretty much do whatever. And it has a Science Junior on it. We're going to have to send one of these to Minmus, and we're going to have to send one of them to the moon. This stage has more than enough Delta V to do something like that. I'm not too incredibly worried. Hey, glad to hear it. Hope that rough patch... Oh, dude. Yeah, we're mostly in the clear now, dude. Yeah, August and September were not good months for your boy, but, you know, we'll bring it back. We're bringing it back. I got Kerbal back in my life, and yeah, we're going hot and heavy on it, dude. Oh my. So I basically doubled its monopropellant. This has 120 monoprop on it, guys. And it's pretty much the same price. The tanks do kind of come together a little bit. They clip a little bit, but before you say something, the Fregat upper stage is built exactly the same as this. Look. The Fregat upper stage that flies on Soyuz, this is a Russian stage. It's made by Lavochkina. So that's Lavochkin. It says it right there. Oops. NPO. But I swear, I didn't just read the English version. I know what that says. Roscosmos. I know what it means. I get it. It's just a bunch of tanks welded together with an engine in the center. Seriously. With a toroidal tank below it. It's just, they just welded a bunch of tanks together and put an engine in the back. Yeah, part clipping, dudes. Actually, that says S.A. Levochkina. It basically says the same thing down there. That's the design bureau. That's the Russian version of a defense contractor. But yeah, see, they have their little, look at the little RCS and the little helium tanks. So yeah, part clipping like this, believe it or not, pretty realistic. That's absolutely a thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And most of the time it doesn't blow up. How do you say part clipping in Russia? I believe it's Chopishtlongov. Oh no, I think he was a famous engineer. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, nice news. I don't know, if somebody speaks Russian, please double check me. All right, so let's start off by doing 2 missions out to, let's do one out to Minmus. This is for Winter Owl, so let's take the, let's get the flag. Need a 1.25 flag in single symmetry. Set flag. Winter Owl. And yeah, we'll send this one to Minmus. Let's just go down the list. This one has science. All right. Minmus one needs science junior, and that's it. It doesn't need mystery goo or anything. But I'll, you know what? We might be able. I put enough delta V on this. We might be able to do a transfer. Accelerometer, mystery goo, science junior. All right. Let's. Let's just complete the whole kit and caboodle here. All right. Shall we put a magnetometer on it too? Like, why not? We're going to need a storage container. Well, no, we would be transmitting science. This is not a recovery vehicle because we don't have the hopper. All right, cool. First one. So we might be able to, we might have enough delta V to shoot this to the moon, get to that orbit, and then wait for the transfer, wait for the right transfer to Minmus. It's possible. Get 2 birds with 1 stone. We can get the 2 position satellite things, then we could just go do a moon hopper. Let's check the contracts again. I don't know how it's spelled. Oh, hang on. Oh, my VR sensors just fell. I still use those because... Check the papers, check the... I'm gonna go get the papers, get the papers. You know what? We'll do that. We'll make a satellite that gets to that orbit, then goes to the moon, and then goes to Minmus. The satellite should have enough delta V to do it. With the upper stage attached to it, yeah, we'll demonstrate extreme loitering capability. Now, science data from the surface of the moon. Hold on 1 second. Amuse you? I'm here to amuse you? What the frick is so freaking funny about me? Hey, can't see me. What's up? Hey, buddy. How you doing? Where's that? There's a thermometer on the impactor somewhere. Yeah? Hey, little guy. Just hanging around on the moon, Marvin, right? Like, yeah, you're good. Oh, yeah. Ah, there it is. Log temperature. Log temperature. Transmit. Oh, damn. Wait, we had a world first milestone? The recent accomplishments of our space program have attracted contributions from numerous organizations. We returned home from a flyby of the moon. Okay. All right, okay. Oh, the sun just came up. That's why. There we go. There you go, you little meat. Should be enough. View data. Transmit. Yeah, baby. Science data from surface of the moon. Score. Easy W. Can't see me. I got the, dude, on the car front. I got the pan level to the frame rails. Yeah, we got the pan level to the frame rails, dude. I got it. I'm almost ready to burn that thing in. And yeah, when we are, the rest of this should come together very quickly. I did a lot of leveling this morning. I've been in the garage for a long time. Don't worry, it's not any, like, super useful content to show you guys. It's just me going... No, I'm gonna adjust this, you know. Faye Planet and KSP. I like Minmus. Minmus is fun. Fun times. Franklin Kerman and Lenzel Kerman. All right, let's grab that. Let's grab 2 more Kerbal Rescue contracts. Pay easy money and get you a Kerbal. And we have a capsule that's very good at doing that now. All right, so we got our next couple of missions figured out. Let's do this. All right, let's get more flags here from the agencies that are a part of this project, or for the companies. So we need a Maxo flag. Winter Owl, we already got. And Periapsis. I like putting the company's logos on. I think that's cool. NASA, you don't own space. NASA does. All right. Move the Block 2 vehicle into the VAB. Turn this sucker upright. Make sure our staging is good. We got a magnetometer on the payload. We don't need a magnetometer on the second stage. All right, let's roll. Your new favorite Twitter account is Pad Crave. That account's pretty funny, no good. Elon crash out. Dude, I think the Elon crash out was warranted, man. If anything, no good. It affirmed what I said yesterday. I was pissed. That's like Ray Finkel tier play. Like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Okay, first thing, we got to go to that orbit. It's 1 degrees inclined. So we have to fast forward through the window just a little bit. All right, let's send it. Okay. What do you know about Ray Finkel? All right. Duffy looks like someone who would hold the ball laces in. I didn't catch yesterday's stream. What happened? Sean Duffy is trying to reopen the HLS contract to try and foster out of some like fostering competition hopium of getting to the moon quicker, opening the HLS contract, which SpaceX won in a competition in 2021. And then also there's rumors around that he's trying to merge NASA and the Department of Transportation because he likes being NASA administrator. So nuclear, I'm not going to talk your ear.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Sean Duffy eats corn the long way.
I'm not going to talk your ear off, nuclear. I talked a bunch about it yesterday. If you want to check out yesterday's VOD, go and look. Long story short, no and no. I was quite upset yesterday, and then Elon posted this today, so it seems like I was in the ballpark. I'm looking for Ray Finkel and a clean pair of shorts. Reasonable crash out. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And we got a liftoff. Octo 3 Block 2. Carrying a triple rideshare mission. To Kerbin, the Moon, and Minmus. Vehicles pitching down range. Throttling back because the payload is really light. Got to keep that dynamic pressure on the front of the vehicle nice and stable. Everything's looking good here. Trees. Vehicle is past maximum dynamic pressure. And we're supersonic. Throttling back up. Stand by for staging. Nico, stage separation confirmed. Perfect. Right, make that go down there. Not a good time, dude.
The Eagle has landed.
Sean Dummy is the kind of person to pull his pants all the way down at a urinal.
Let's not get too carried away, boys, alright? Alright, fire the other engines. We definitely don't have enough to land, which is unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? Goose backburn is complete. I don't know how I lost so much. That was such a light payload. That's so strange. Bearing separation confirmed. Riding a little high here. Let's burn a little bit in. October 21st, 2025. Stand by for Seco. $113 by 77. That's fine. All right, let's try to get this stupid stage home. How did you get the other stage to keep burning when you flew the other stage? And just put the throttle up and switch vehicles, dude. Yeah, there ain't no way. We're landing over here somewhere. We're out of monoprop? Really? Oh. I really need this stage to slow down more. The more flight time we get, the better. Dude, she glides through the air too well. No, get off the screen. This thing doesn't, yeah, it slips through the air really, really nicely, which is, I don't know how to feel about that. That's a little too good. Time to invest in drone ships? Drag brakes? Well, if we put landing legs on it, dude, it probably will get it to slow down a lot more. Did you see how a nitrogen ZOPV from Ship 38 claimed a buoy? You could see it in the Flight 11 live stream. No, but that's pretty funny. First target orbit for the stage. Want to put the burn on the ascending and descending nodes so we can establish the inclination of the orbit too. By getting out there, I can change the inclination and circularize at the same time. Now we're going to be using most of the upper stage to do this. Upper stage has 2600 Delta V left, so we got plenty of fuel with this thing. And then what we'll probably end up doing is disposing this stage by crashing it into the moon. Stage serial number 15 is going to have a little bit of a crash out here. Reorienting the stage. Hey, Starlight. No good says you just said you just watched a Ship 38 splashdown. I don't see a COPV hitting a buoy. Yeah, Ator, you know what? I'm kind of with no good. I remember the COPVs flying, and I don't remember them hitting one of the buoys, but who knows? Okay, we're about 10 seconds to the burn. Hullage. Got a good reignition. Second stage engine start 2. Maybe it's perspective. You'll send a video. Link it over in YouTube or in Twitch chat, dude. All right. That should get us the first orbit for the contract here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reorient the craft so the solar panels are facing the sun. And then just hold it there so we never lose charge. Okay, we're out a little ways here. So the stage and the satellite are going to kind of hang out in this orbit here, but you know what, just in case I haven't done it. Yeah, okay, we've already done that. Okay. We're 20 seconds out from the burn. College. Okay. First orbit. Nice. There it is. We got the payout. Are there any experiments we can do out here that we haven't gotten? This would be from High Kerbin. Nope. Nope. Nah. There is some science on the table there, but we'd have to send a Kerbal out here to get it, and I'm not doing that. All right. Next target, dudes, is the moon. Yes, I said it. The moon. I'm going to have to do a quick... I mean, it's going to say we can do a quick inclination adjustment, but we really don't need to. Was weird. We're not really in good phasing right now. I would really want to be like right here. So we'd have to, probably gonna have to do an orbit up here. The Aurora spaceplane is cool. It doesn't exist. Hey, Tiger Fang, what's up, man? What does your shirt say? Callahan Auto Parts. I make space parts for the American working Kerbal. Oh yeah, the magnetometer's up here. We got any good experiments coming from that thing? Nope. Top 5 most Kerbal launches ever. I launched an entire space station into orbit once in one shot by strapping 2 upper stages to the bottom of it and sending it. Okay, we're gonna have to go out past the moon here and get it on the way back. Coming down like that. There we go. That should do us right. We have 1478 left in the upper stage. More than enough to get us to the moon. And this right here demonstrates how nice it is to have a stage that can loiter up in space for long periods of time. Like Centaur 5 from ULA, or Falcon 9's upper stage with the thermal barriers on it. Letting a stage be able to stay up here for a little while is really good for doing complicated missions. Alright, here we go. Are you talking about like top 5 most Kerbal launches in real life? I'd say the first shuttle mission probably, or just the Saturn 1B in general. It's quite actually just made out of the tooling from smaller rockets, just all strapped together. Like fuel tanks from other rockets, just bunch them together and put a cap on the top and the bottom and put some engines on the bottom and go. What you working on? I'm doing a rideshare mission, 3 orbits, one contracted mission around Kerbin, one around the moon, and one around Minmus, all in one shot. To get the contracts that we need to upgrade the launch pad. You have the video. Link it over in Twitch chat so they can see it over there. Centaur stages are the most underrated spacecraft. What a workhorse. They're amazing, Duffy. I would want to build out long loiter. That's the other thing. If I was NASA administrator, I would be paying Boeing or whomever to retrofit the EUS to have loiter capability and boil-off prevention. So you could just use the EUS as an orbital tug between the Earth and the Moon. And then prototype that for your transfer vehicle. Like, use that as a prototype for your Martian transfer vehicle. Something that it can actually move back and forth between cislunar space and low Earth orbit. You know? But, yeah. We don't want to do that. The guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, I forgot to hit hibernate and warp. Hey, Banderific, what's up, man? Well, maybe we'll get some electrical charge in a couple of centuries. That sucks. I left SAS on. Can I send a file from Twitch chat? Nope. No, you can't. I need to focus on the mission, Ator. We'll figure this out some other time, okay? I'm a little pissed off now because I failed that mission. But we got some, we offset the cost of the launch vehicle, but I wasn't looking for a push. I wanted to freaking, Ugh. I'm an idiot. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, we're not. It's gonna take a year before this thing is turned in the right direction. Either that, or maybe we can click it to hibernate. Wheel authority, nothing. It's in op. She's dead, Jim. Nah, yeah, the SAS drained all the power, and I only have the solar panels on the probe that's facing in one direction. I didn't reorient before I time warped, which was dumb. That was stupid of me. And we get to what? Well, I mean, we could have gotten 100 grand more out of that mission, but now we have to do it in 2 launches instead, which sucks. And who knows where that thing is going to get thrown. Like, that's what sucks about that. It's kind of resonant with the moon. It might eventually grav-assist that thing into the sun, which would be kind of cool, but... Just want to mark it, say what it is, so I know in the future. Nothing, just an incident. I always lock out the batteries on probe cores for these kind of situations. Yeah, no, that's good advice. That would have been great advice if you'd sold it to me like 45 minutes ago. I'm annoyed. I don't like failing missions. That's really, really obnoxious. Okay, but yeah, that is good advice. I will lock it out. That's a good precaution, just in case. All right, we'll go right to the moon this time. You sent it. I said we'll do it another time. I said we'll do it another time, dude. I don't, was that not communicated sufficiently? Dude, I can't be distracted right now. I failed a freaking mission. I'm not happy about it. You sent it to Twitch. Thank you. What's the purpose on the wings for the booster? With wings on the booster, you can spend more time. You can descend through the atmosphere at a shallower angle, and that's more time to slow the stage down. That actually is what this stage needs. I freaking made this stage too good. It slips through the air too well. Like, it makes almost no drag, which is pretty good. It's pretty good for me. It's the closed fairing on the bottom here with the engines occluded. Air brakes could do it, fellas, but well, I don't know. I don't like air brakes. I'd prefer, like, instead of, I mean, I have air brakes, but air brakes are $1,000 a pop. I could probably achieve the same result if we just did this. You know, and that's the same price as one air brake. But I don't want to do that. That's absurd. We could probably get away with it with the diamond wings like this. But I'm not, like, in love with it, you know? Should make it like Glenny? No. I'm gonna do the opposite. I'd rather it crash and burn than call it that. You know, as long as we're launching another one of these, let's... Might as well use it to get some R&D time. Yeah, yes. Energia. Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily a fan of how much of these things, like, aerodynamically moving around. They like to flap. We'll see. See what they do. All right. Let's try this again. Dude, that's almost as funny as the Rotato, dude. At this rate, just give me the Rotato. How much drag will those cause on launch? If they stay still, Orion, not a lot. there's still going to be a problem. So we got to be a little bit careful on our ascent. But yeah, not too bad. This is just a very, very kind of iterative thing for the booster, but it's low risk. I don't think it's going to flip it. As long as the blades are kind of auto-strutted into position, it's really not going to be that big of a problem. Did you see Ship 39 got a forward dome last night? They're stacking it very fast. I think Sean Duffy may have stirred the hive by accident. I don't think he really meant to do that. But he did. And yeah. All right, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Nah, I don't want to add tracking solars. I'm all right. Got a liftoff. Okay, well, program vehicles pitching downrange. Stay still. Everything's looking good. Max Q. Stand by for Miko. Jeepers creepers. Bearing separation confirmed. I don't know how that one did so much better than the other one, but it's all right. Boosting back. That's enough. We'll see what that does now. Now my center lifts out kind of a little ways out in front of the center of mass. The center of mass is a little bit higher, but that's okay. All right. Flip back to the second stage. Man, that thing powered through max Q. I throttled down a little bit less for max Q that time. Oh, come on now. Come here. Yeah, those wings aren't going to be doing all that they're cut out for, but they'll definitely help us. Now that I got it, we're good. We're good right now. I was a little annoyed that I failed the mission. I don't like doing that. I don't fail missions. Especially not that. The only reason that mission didn't go is because the guidance system was broken. Stand by for Seco. (119 by 103), nominal orbital insertion. Okay, she's generating power. Let's see what this flyback stage does. I'm not using them as rotors, Pigeon. I'm using them as wings. You don't need much to get this thing to pull out of one of these dives here. There we go. They're starting to do work. Come on, wings. Coming in a little hot. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close, chat. Oh, come on. No, I need roll. I need roll. No. Stay. Oh. All right. I got control. All right. Fire the engines. Something's got to be done about the water because that shouldn't have survived. Come on now. Something's wrong. The water KSP doesn't do that. That's for some reason with this new save, the water is jello. And I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like that's like, oh yeah, no, I did that. Something is wrong. I mean, we hit the water going like 150 miles an hour. There should be nothing left of that booster, but it just kind of floundered through it, which is not. But it did pull out of it, which is pretty cool. That shows pretty good promise. I mean, I like the Rotato design. The Rotato design is cool, but that one's pretty good as well. I wonder if we could figure out a combination of those two things. All right. Set moon is target. Yeah, out here is where we gotta be, so we can enter the orbit correctly. Alright, let's get this done. There you go, Sparak. Nice. I'm glad you like it. Warp nozzle spraying back into position during the next launch. Yeah, right. Yeah, submitted. I don't know what... I can't for the life of me figure out why the water is spongy in this save and why it... Crazy thing is that all this save is just... all the save is just migrated. It's just migrated from the other... I just copied the save from my other computer. It's the exact same files. I just made a new save, and now because we made a new save, it's all spongy. I don't get it. Do you think a Rotato biplane would work? I don't know. Maybe. Get a good relay. You're the reason I'm trying to learn a bit about rocket science, but I'm just scratching the surface. It's a hell of a rabbit hole, Sparak. Careful. I'm serious. This rabbit hole doesn't end. It's an endless pit of knowledge and understanding. Careful. You could get the space bug, and if you catch the space bug, you're screwed. You're gonna be like, I want to know everything about this. The thing is that you're never gonna know anything about it. But that doesn't mean you should stop from trying to know everything about it. You know what I mean? Really what I was trying to do. We burned a little bit too far, so... Show your t-shirt. Let me play the game, man. Leave me alone. You like it down here in the Rocketeer rabbit hole. Yeah, it's nice, right? What I'm going to do is we're going to circularize, but we're not going to circularize into the final orbit here. Even though, you know what? We probably could get away with it. Give me 1 second. I think because, well, we didn't do the lunar mission, right? We didn't do the Grand Tour, well, not Grand Tour, the rideshare mission correctly. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing a plane change like this. I wouldn't recommend doing a plane change like this. It's kind of inefficient, but yeah, I want to get to flying those people. Reorient the solars. Hey, EJ, what do you think Starship 38 will be done? Starship 38's at the bottom of the ocean, Chris. Sooner rather than later, because I know you're talking about Ship 39. Good, Chris. I'm almost ready to get to that manned mission. I just got to upgrade the VAB. We're doing a couple of rideshare missions real quick. All right. All right, we're going to take a big right turn here. Ready? I don't like the maneuver node. Screw that maneuver node. We're not using that. Ready? Making some adjustments with the RCS. And now we're gonna need to, we need to burn radial in a little bit. I gotta point towards the moon and burn. This will shift the longitude of ascending node to get the orbits to kind of coincide a little bit better. And if I add a little bit, because we're near Apolloon, if we add a little bit of prograde, go a little bit towards prograde, right? We can put this. Really? Really? Okay, a little bit radial out, I guess. Also, Ship 38's app seemed to crush a bit during re-entry. Looks like at the moment of burn through the LOX tank. Yeah, maybe. I mean, any holes that were in the design isn't because the design is bad. It's because they put holes in the thermal protection system, man. At it. Come on. Come on, register. Come on. Oh. Less eventful week? Yeah. Week's fine. Our RAM thing is pissing me off. Is the orbit reversed? No, it keeps clicking in and out of phase. I keep overburning because I rushed this mission, because I failed this mission, because the probe ran out of EC, because I'm an idiot. Because I didn't reorient my solar panels during a warp, so I'm a little peeved right now, but we'll get it. There we go. I got it. Just stay there. There we go. That got us some good science, too. All right, Minmus. This is going to be one hell of a transfer. I'm trying to adjust this. This is a weird one. It's weird to get the getting the transfer in the right spot because we're going from a weird inclination around the moon to inclined orbit around Minmus. There's a way to do it. All right, you know what? I'm getting myself out of this crappy orbit. I don't like this at all. Let's do this. Ready? T-shirt says collateral damage. Dude, what? Why you care about my shirt? It says Callahan Auto Parts. I've told you like 4 times. Man, like what? Am I talking to myself here, Pigeon? What's going on? Solar urban eclipse. Where's the sun? Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Fine. I'm a little antsy because I freaking failed this mission. These people could be Reed. They'd be very upset. What are the difficulty settings? Sorry. They're the same game difficulty settings as mission mode. So, I don't know how that screwed with the water physics, dude, but it did. Alright, that's fine. Let's warp to the maneuver here. Yeah, Emmonsry, I didn't install any mods. That's the thing. That's what's weird about it. No, my probe died. The Kraken. I didn't orient the solar panels into the sun. So it didn't fail a mission. But... yeah. So I'm just kind of going through this quick. This is more flying by the seat of our pants just because I'm trying to make up for some lost time. What are the contract parameters for... It's equatorial around Minmus. And we have a retrograde insertion. We just keep accelerating here. Aha, there we go. Cool. Okay, we have 15 days until the next thing, so let's reorient it. Can't see me. I had a rough day. I hear a rough day coming from you. I hope this makes you feel better. My fiance just left for a month to be with her kids before they split. Yours did not. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm just pissy that I failed a mission in KSP. I don't like failing missions. It's a waste of time. That would be a waste of time. But yeah, no, it sounds like you're having a way worse time than me, man. Dude. Last, sorry. Probe ran out of power, dude. Any transfer windows coming up? I don't know. I'm not gonna check. I just want to complete the missions, dude. I lost the battery charge in Time Warp like an idiot. Yeah, just really not happy about it. Anyway, other than that, I'm having a good day. You know what? I know it'll cheer me up. There we go. EJ, are you being mean to me? No, Pigeon. I don't know why you've asked the same question 4 times, and I've answered you 4 times, and you just asked the same question again. I don't understand what the benefit of doing that is. Why are you doing this to me? I don't understand. Yeah. If that is what's going on. Yeah, that's a big no. Big nopers there from Strimmerman. That's a big negative, Ghost Rider. You should not do that. Hey, Bree. We're generating power. We are generating power. Okay, warp. This mission is a lot more quick and dirty than the other missions, dudes. Than the pod mission yesterday. The pod mission yesterday was a lot better than this mission. The pod mission was better. That one's better. have a joke for you. What is a skeleton's favorite snack? Come on, I haven't finished the punchline yet. Alright, here we go. Let's belt this out. Ready? Dude. Concentrate, you idiot. Why must you fail me so often? I feel like I'm procrastinating right now, but I have actually done everything I need to. I'm really mad that I get the urge to do all my homework the very second I don't have any. Yeah. There we go. Alright, let's get paid. Tink. Okay, last one is science data from the surface of Minmus. Did we ever do a material study up here? It's not a hopper experiment. Or it's not a return vehicle, so that sucks. Racing chair is back in operations. Nice, Airborne. There you go. Let's go down there. There we go. Whoa. Good enough. Now, this isn't one of my traditional min-miss hoppers, but it's alright. What flat are we on? This is the Great Flats. Ground altimeter's on. Now, I really don't like landing with a non-landing stage like this, dudes, but this is fine. Whatever. We gotta make up for the fact that this was a poopy-doopy mission. Don't crash, I'll be alright. Hello? Oh. Yeah, we brought our all-terrain landing nozzle. In the reality, guys, landing on the engine like this would probably make it blow up. Either that or it'd kick up so much dust that you destroy the vehicle. It would destroy any instrumentation because it would be like sandblasting the damn thing. How much would the craft weigh? We'll take its mass and figure out the gravitational acceleration and go from there. Greater Flats. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do that to me. 75 science if we went and got the damn thing. Oh, man. What about Mystery Goo from the Greater Flats? 30. Bah! I think we already got temperature. And we definitely did seismic from here. Oh. Barrow? Yeah, we did that already. Whatever. All right, 150 knots. Missed it by that much. Seismo, anything? Crap. Margaretti! Margaretti! How much fuel do we have in these things? We got plenty of fuel in the balls. What are we gonna do? I don't want to leave this stage here. You can't do the magnetometer here, dude. It doesn't work on the surface. It looks cool, though. All right, I want to dispose of the stage, so let's do this. Yeet. If this thing dies, it dies. Bye-bye, stage. Thank you for the good trip. I want to make a flag. How to make it the right size and save it in flags. Go find the Kerbal Flags folder, take a flag, and copy it. And it'll give you the right size. And then just save it as a new flag and... we go partially into solar. Yeah, this thing has enough to get up into orbit with the freaking RCS, and that's it. This is a nice little satellite bus. I think with the original tank design, I think this thing had 1,000 meters a second. Delta V, it's actually not bad. I don't know what we're gonna do with this thing from here. It's got inoperable experiments pretty much everywhere. 160 is what we would need to unlock a tier here, but yeah. Do you think Rocket Lab will make Super Photon available for Neutron? It's possible. Oh wait, no. We have to... thing has to be oriented this way. Oriented straight down, so there's always a solar panel in the sun. There we go. We'll leave it here in case we need it. And then the stage will get disposed of. Truth be told, we could probably dispose of this by sending... we could probably put it on a curb and return. I don't think we would get it back. I don't think we'd get it back, but... hibernated? It doesn't need to. The solars will always be in range. Just landed into the Jello Ocean. Dude, I gotta get... like, we gotta not have that. What the hell is that thing? Alright, that mission's complete. And... this is stage 6. It barely has any electrical charge. Oh, it is very much stuck in that orbit. Alright, well, you gotta mark it. Actually, hold on. It has not a lot of EC left, but we might be able to deorbit it from here. This is just another stage. I really believe in keeping the place clean. It's just, are we gonna burn? Is it gonna burn in time? Will we run out of EC before it runs out of before we deorbit? What probe do you use for your boost stages? Right now, everything is using an Octo core, hence the name of the vehicle, Octo. I just named it after the avionics because I didn't feel like sitting there and spending an entire stream coming up with a name Plykin. There's turning off engine gimbal reduce EC usage. Nah. This thing ain't getting deorbited. I don't know. Let's do an old trick. I don't like fizz warping. We'll probably have to restart the game here. This is another stage from another mission. We completed the mission that we wanted to, guys. Blip the engines for some EC. We're out of fuel, man. Haven't even tried to play KSP yet. It looks well complicated having to design rockets from scratch. There are some pre-made rockets, Snake, that you can use to understand what you're trying to do. But, yeah, KSP has a pretty steep learning curve, man. Yeah, this might be able to get to a moon intercept. Hold on. There are always crafts you can download. If you have the game on the computer, Snakebite, you can go to a website called KerbalX. So KERBALX.com. And there are pre-made vehicles. I have pre-made vehicles on there if you really wanted to. I'm not sure I have anything that suits beginners, though. Like, I mean, not suits beginners. That's not, I don't think there's anything that's from the early game. If you want to mess with stuff, go ahead. So you can use other people's craft if you're trying to learn, you know? And that's all she wrote. Hopefully that stage gets disposed of. I think it's close enough to the moon where the moon's gravity is going to pull it in. Yeah, and if you ever have questions about how to build, building out vehicles is like my favorite thing to do in this game.
Discovery,
Hey,
go at
Sweck.
throttle up.
34-month resub. And then Pandarific. Got a 7-month in there too. I think I called that out though. All right. All right. Scout mission is easy money. Alt F12, airborne. I like my space shuttle pigeon. They may have changed what the hotkey is, airborne. I think they did. Mine's Alt F12 because I'm using a wicked old settings file. You like Dart? Dart was not great. Dominic, haven't been able to catch many streams since the KSP TV days. Great to see you're still doing things in KSP. I took a break for a little while, Dominic, but yeah, we're back. We back. We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. Build a new orbital station around Kerbin. Have a facility that supports at least 5 Kerbals. Build a new station that has an antenna, docking port, that can generate power. Might not be the worst thing to try and jump on, fellas. I might be thinking of a different vehicle. I mean, the micro shuttle. I know what you're talking about, Flykin. It killed Jeb. You know? Yeah, and yeah, Dominic, KSP TV days, dude. That was a long time ago, man. Wasn't that a physics glitch, though? A physics glitch is what ultimately caused the problem, Flykin, but the real problem is that I never really tested Dart for good Kerbal rating. And the reason why we were landing out in the middle of nowhere, you know, instead of landing on the runway is because I never really dialed the vehicle in correctly. I could probably make Dart better nowadays. Probably. But we just made the Taurus capsule. The Taurus capsule's beast. That's a really nice piece of equipment, and I'm really happy with it. Yeah, maybe we could do something else like Dart-esque in the future. I would like to make another attempt at a mini shuttle. They are a little bit hard to make, though. Do it for the failed Dream Chaser. Yeah, we could, but we got the capsule working now, so yeah, I did Dreamcatcher back in the day. That was so long ago. All right, we have enough here to upgrade the launch pad, so I'm gonna do it. We have the big boy launch pad and the big boy crawlerway. All right, so what I want to do here, guys, is I want to refactor the Block 2 Octo vehicle. The reason why I need to do some slight modification to the upper stage. I want to be able to make it so it's easier for it to accept payloads. And we're going to introduce some kind of incremental changes that make it easier to put the capsule on it or a payload. Right now, it's really easy to put a payload on it, but you want to put the capsule on it, it's a big pain in the butt. So I got to use the restroom real quick. And when I get back, we will introduce these upgrades to it. They shouldn't, I shouldn't say that. I was about to say, oh, it shouldn't take very long, but you never know. Yeah, this whole area right here needs to be redone a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. Shouldn't be too hard to clean it up and get it right. You get some new science on the pad in the crawlerway, boss. Oh, yeah, that's another thing we should do. All right, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Quit tailing me, you pasty teabag. Can I make a pee-pee? Tasty test, can I make a pee-pee? Dang it. All right. So get the lizard out, yeah? Peter, you wonder what Shimmy is doing nowadays. Oh, Shimmy. I miss that guy. Okay. You guys want to see my lizard? Look at it. Do you love it? Rodson, 1-star scientist, baby. Let's go. TOS? What? Yeah. Peter, those were fun times, dude. Those were fun times. Kerbal from like, and just that whole era. Really fun, man. Really fun. Yeah, just. That's why he went into the space industry. There you go, Odin. Nova Punch rocket parts pack. Oh my gosh, I remember that kid. SpaceX doing cool stuff. KSP's popping off. I mean, SpaceX still objectively doing some pretty cool stuff, dudes. But yeah. Yeah, that whole era was nuts, dude. The only thing that got me at the time was just the shuttle being on its way out. And yeah, we rectified that situation. Are you sure that this is going to get us an upgraded thing, Tessa? No, so I don't think that's the current playlist. What playlist is that? I think that's Robert Parker. Oh no, that's LV426. That's good music, but the playlist is here. I got it. There you go. I don't think we're gonna get any more from this, dudes. Did you see the UH-60 clamshell nose prototype? Yeah, I've seen that. They basically turned the Black Hawk into a drone. Robert Parker's stuff ended up muting VOD's element. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but here, let's see. I got a little minuscule amount of science. I don't think, Congrats on 4,400 YouTube subscribers. Wow. Wow, that's pretty... Oh, Rapticide, that's pretty crazy, dude. NSF starting Raptor side chat right now. 0.6. Balls. I liked Robert Parker music a lot. That was good stuff. Can I have the lizard, the file? Dude, you can make that thing in 5 minutes. Here. Just look. It's not hard. It's very, very basic. 25 parts. What do you like most about KSP? Infinite replayability. I've done career mode saves many times, dude. Let's say a modded team decided to update the game. What would you want to see out of something like that? Better performance, maybe? I don't know. Thanks, can't see me. All right, let's new fuels, modern engines like Raptor. New tanks. Strings or wires. I need wires. I would need wire packs so I could build cranes. Yeah, that. Dunbaradu with the raid. Thank you. All right, get rid of that thing. Fuel flow rate. Flow rate is tied to the mass flow rate of the engine, dude. You don't need to worry about that. How do you always make the fairing look good, like perfectly round? I sit there and take my time, Fumi. But you don't need to worry about that because we're getting rid of it right now. No beating. Cables, ropes, and winches. Yeah, something like that. So we need to get in here and do a slight redesign. What I want here is the ability to be able to quick swap this piece out. Now, see, I'm debating because, you know, the right move, the real easy way to do this would be to put a 2.5 fairing on this. Put the 2.5 fairing up here, and then you kind of lose the sleekness of it that way. But then again, Coverall attachment system has winches and ropes. I know, Kerman. That wasn't the question that he was asking, though. I mean, but yeah, no, that would be nice, dude. Any reason for designing a rocket in the SPH and not the VAB? The camera controls in the VAB or the SPH are 1,000 times better. I can move around and I can move the camera up close to see what I'm working on. You can't do this in the VAB. I hate building in there. I only really use the VAB to perform final checkouts before I launch a vehicle. So Fumi, here's the thing. You want to make something cool. You want to make your fairing look good. I do a lot of research to the real stuff to make sure the real stuff look, make it look right. Yeah, I do plenty of research, and yeah, I think I've just been staring at fairings for too long. The other thing, Fumi, that I do is there's a snap toggle that you can do. Right? And the snap toggle allows you to be a little more precise in your control with the fairings. You can make really, really nice lines. See that? Yeah, hit C when you're building a fairing, dude. You will see what I'm talking about. So guys, I'm thinking, all right, you guys tell me. The right move here, what I would eventually want to do is maybe someday down the road, I'm slowly converting this vehicle for mission mode. That I'm figuring that into my design. I'm not going to lie to you. Slowly converting it to eventually maybe be able to be used in mission mode at some point. And doing that really means that you need a detachable fairing. So the fairing needs to be in its own subassembly, right? Especially if we're going to have like a crewed variant versus an uncrewed variant, right? I mean, well, technically we could just move it with the upper stage. This is how I've done it in the past right here. But yeah, we could make the cargo fairing version, and then I could then what in like the pods craft file, all we have to do is just attach a 2.5 fairing to the back and make the fairing shape that we're looking for, right? And then if I need to upgrade the pod, I don't have to remake a custom fairing here. But then again, how many more times are we going to be redesigning the pod from here? I really hope I don't eat those words. Years, Pigeon. Years. I don't know. So we could go with the converted version here, right? With the docking ports. So maybe eventually we could make this modular, right? And attach whatever we want to this thing. Or I could just say screw it and just make the 2 one-off versions and go from there. That's definitely the quicker solution. Yeah, unless we're going to reuse upper stages, it's not really. We just reload this. Yeah, I mean, I could always convert it for mission mode. It wouldn't take much, but yeah, do we really want to? I don't want to do that. That's just wasting money at that point. The other thing is that the scissor wings with the flyback, I think, is actually kind of cool. Another Sean Duffy post, this time quoting Elon. He says, I love the passion. The race to the moon is on. Great companies shouldn't be afraid of a challenge. When our innovators compete with each other, America wins. That's not... No. That's... Okay. Let me... All right. I'm not as pissed as I was yesterday. So here, let me just explain this in plain old terms. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Great companies shouldn't be afraid of a challenge. That's hilarious that you're saying that to SpaceX and Elon Musk, but whatever. He said, when innovators compete with each other, America wins. That's right. You know, you should let competition. You should let competition in the best design win. That's absolutely a thing. The thing is that is a really, really weird thing to say when SpaceX entered a competition for the human landing system in 2021 and won that contract. I don't know if you guys see what's weird about that. That's very subtle. It's a very subtle thing. You know, innovators compete with each other, America wins. SpaceX already competed and won. They already competed and won. That's why they got the contract in the first place. What Sean Duffy did yesterday was say, oh wait, no, never mind. You didn't win. I need you to compete with other people, with other companies again for this human landing contract. I need you to do that. Ironically, the companies that he mentioned by name were people that lost the HLS contract in 2021. Blue and the national team, which is Lockheed Martin. and Boeing and all the other legacy contractors. They lost. They lost in 2021. So you're not. Dude, I'm telling you, fellas, this is a terrible. Like, that's great, man, but you're not. You're not. This is not. That's not this. That's not what this is. That's not. This is not competition to support a capitalist, ideology, etc., etc. You're. This is crony capitalism because SpaceX already won, and you reneged on them winning a contract. Okay, so two things: that reneging on a competition that was won by SpaceX 4 years ago, not cool. Or any contractor for that matter. Two, they got a word for that. When the government awards a contract based off of winning and then decides that they don't want to do it anymore, and then decides that somebody else should compete for it, there's a word for that. It's not capitalism, all right? It's not that. This is not what you think it is. That's not that. You keep saying it like it is. Like this is missing the point entirely. You know the awful precedent that you set up by reneging a commercial contract. Once again, two things. These are two main conclusions that I came to yesterday. Either he's doing it because he doesn't understand what's going on. He thinks that this is just some like CDL thing, like, oh, I'm rocking the boat, I'm doing a good job, or you don't understand what's going on here, or you're willfully ignorant here to what's happening. Like, you understand what's going on, but you're obfuscating it to grind an axe. Either way is not that's not good. This is honestly, I'm not trying to be mean to Sean Duffy or anything. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but the optics that you're giving off make you look like you have no idea what you're doing. Like, no idea. Like, you are in way over your head. You're punching way above your weight class here, dude. Like, way above your weight class. Like, and that's me putting it nicely. I don't think you understand what you're doing here. Like, this isn't even like, oh my gosh, this guy has an axe to grind. Like, dude, I just, from your public relations optics here, it very much seems like you have no idea what you're talking about. NASA has already asked SpaceX and Blue Origin to submit proposals for an accelerated schedule by October 29th. What progress has SpaceX made on HLS? Haven't the government accelerated their time frame since they awarded that contract? If they don't think SpaceX is making progress at the rate they want, what else do they do? Okay, Dean, I've seen a couple, and I'm not saying that the points that you're raising aren't valid. I've seen plenty of people bring up the fact like, oh, well, they have to I'm glad they're holding SpaceX's feet to the fire. I'm glad they're doing that. Okay, so two things. This is space flight and space flight applications, systems engineering, everything. It is a highly contextual thing. Things that make sense for SpaceX don't make sense for Blue. Things that make sense for Boeing don't make sense for SpaceX, right? Okay, so where am I going with this? All right, believe me, I got it. It's not that I have a problem with NASA holding SpaceX's feet to the fire and saying we want an accelerated schedule. One, I think SpaceX is already an accelerated schedule. SpaceX probably could do with an accelerated time frame. They probably could do it. I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think Blue and other legacy contractors would have a lot of trouble because of their rigid systems engineering designs of being adaptable like this. But my biggest problem with that is that why the selective enforcement of holding people accountable for contracts? If NASA had just acted like this 5 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. Where is the holding your feet to the fire for Boeing with SLS, which was supposed to launch net 2018? Where is that? Where is that? That's very interesting. It was supposed to, Artemis 1 was supposed to be in 2018, guys. Artemis 2 was supposed to be in 2022. You're like, what, you're holding SpaceX's feet to the fire. It's SpaceX, the people that are going the fastest. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I'm just saying it looks, it's not a good look, when you're willing to It's not a good look doing that with SpaceX. SpaceX is the only one that's delivered anything to NASA that they've requested on a relatively usable timescale. No one else has delivered anything of use. Where was this holding their feet to the fire for Starliner? They excused that behavior. They've been excusing Starliner's behavior since the beginning of the program. They excused OFT-1, which is an objective failure. They said, oh, well, they're Boeing. They'll figure it out. Meanwhile, they've been up SpaceX's tailpipe basically since the Commercial Crew program started. What the heck? Like, the selective enforcement and the selectively holding people's feet to the fire just pisses me off. That's really uncool. That's pretty lame. What if this just ends in SpaceX getting more money for HLS? It could be a reasonable outcome. The honest truth is, at this point, is that if NASA doesn't open up an in-house lunar lander program with a cost-plus contract that's going to cost a lot of money, to make like a two-stage simple hypergolic lander, you're not getting near. SpaceX is still the fastest way. I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. I do not think that Blue has the, and I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't think that Blue Origin has the structure, their systems engineering structure does not afford changing direction. You pick a plan and you go with it due to the way that they test things. They're using waterfall style testing. That does not leave much flexibility for changing stakeholder expectations with their mission architecture. It's not that their mission architecture is bad. I like sustainable lunar development. Forcing Blue to speed up their schedule, making Blue speed up their schedule when they're using waterfall development and they have a rigid stakeholder expectations, changing their stakeholder expectations through design of the Mark 1 lander is going to get someone killed. Like, I do not invoke this lightly. That is, and once again, it's not that I don't think this is Blue's fault at all. I like their architecture. I think they should see it through, because the real prize here is not just getting to the moon. The real prize here is getting the moon and staying there. And Blue's architecture is prime for that. I really want to see them follow through on it. If SpaceX can go faster, that would be fine. SpaceX's stakeholder expectation involve iterative design testing. So it's more agile, so they're more adaptive to be able to changing goals, which is fine. I'd prefer to have both. If Blue doing one, SpaceX doing another, that's fine. But basically saying everybody has to go in on agile lander development is not going to end well. I can say that through all I've read about the space program, everything, I could say that with pretty reasonable conviction. That's not a good idea. Do not do that. And once again, I just want to point out the absurdity of saying that SpaceX is A, afraid of a challenge, and B, is somehow being slow with the lunar lander. That's really, really interesting. It's a really interesting, like I said, like, great companies shouldn't be afraid of a challenge. In SpaceX, you want to be great, right? Bro, who's been delivering people to the ISS from American soil for the last 5 years to the tune of 12 flights? It's not Starliner, that's for sure. Like, do you know what you're saying? Do you know these? Do you understand the words that are coming out of your own mouth? Like, once again, this really rings a lot like you really don't know what's going on. And I don't mean to be a jerk. Like, brother, what are you doing? Yeah, Graham, I just did what? Great companies shouldn't be afraid of a challenge. You're saying that to the guy that's developing the largest rocket ever devised by people and by humans, and also making it fully reusable and mass producible. What do you mean? Great companies shouldn't be afraid of a challenge, brother. What? Why are you kicking? Why? Like, ugh. Like, I don't know, homie. Dude, those are certainly words that are coming out of your mouth, I guess. You hope Elon just candidly calls him out on how factually wrong he is? Yeah, I think that constitutes that one, Shaw. I'm pretty sure he's got the bases covered there. It's going to be great for the accelerated timeline when he selects blue and Elon sues for contract breach. I mean, like, yeah, paragraphs and sources, but yeah, I just, yeah, this is not. That's not, dude, you're not our guy, man. You're not our guy, dude. Just put Rook in there, please. You're not the guy. I'm sorry, man. You're not the guy. I like the trying to drum up nationalistic value for the space program, etc., etc. I do appreciate. You're not the guy. Get out of here. You amigo. You don't belong. You don't belong. You have to leave, amigo. You don't belong. Amigo, you don't belong. Okay, so now let's work on the crude variant of this. Let's get this thing. Let's get the pod ready to go. Crew capsule prototype, 1017. I'm wondering if it didn't go like that. If he gets told out of nowhere the moon program needs to go faster. A guy hardly consults anyone and comes up with a hurried plan. That's exactly what happened. What's annoying to me is that you think that this is going to work. If anything, it's going to slow us down. Guys, look. Here's the thing. We've been building out a space program with commercial contractors to get to the surface of the moon sustainably for the last 15 years. Trying to change that and somehow switch to a non-sustainable-esque program where you're emphasizing expediency is not the time to do that. Would have been 10 years ago. The time to do that would have been in 2020, 2019, before you decided that you wanted to really pursue sustainable lunar exploration. That was the time to do it, dudes. Right now, the quickest way that we're going to get back to the surface of the moon is if you basically just take our lunar landers that we have, those Starship HLS and Blue Moon Mark II, and really just kind of make sure that those two Blue Origin and SpaceX follow through with that. The only other way that this is going to work is if you bring the lander in-house to NASA, have them design exactly what they need with a cost-plus contract, cost-plus albeit with deadlines, and then leverage the industry as fast as humanly possible. That's the only other way that this is getting done. If you wanted to try and do that, do it. But what does that do? I mean, that gets you a two-person lander on the surface of the moon. I personally don't think that that's necessarily the stupidest idea. I think that's fine. You block by like 10 of those, fly that thing 10 times to the moon, and then by that time, SpaceX and Blue will absolutely 100% be ready to go for lunar reinforcement, right? That allows them to slow roll, their landers. You can test their landers in an uncrewed capacity. It doesn't put as much schedule pressure on them building out these vehicles that are designed for sustainable long-term use. If we're not going to do that because that requires a gigantic cash infusion to NASA and, mass hiring of people, etc., and talent, you need all the talent to do something like this. If we're not going to do that, then the best course of action, the fastest way to get back to the moon would just be to let the Artemis program do its thing. Just let it do its thing. SpaceX will have Starship absolutely 100% functional for HLS in 2028. And even then, guys, China is planning on doing a landing in the 2030s. They're planning their internal target is 2030. So not only are we trying to land it before them, we're trying to land it 2 years before them. Just let SpaceX cook. Just let them do their thing, dude. Let Blue do their things. They're working on this. Chinese people will show up at the moon with their lander, and don't get me wrong, that's a hell of a feat, and I tip my cap to them. That's fantastic. Good for them. They'll show up to the moon, and we'll already have a city if we just let the thing run its course. We'll be able to land hundreds of tons onto the surface of the moon. We'll be, astronauts will be tooling around in Cybertrucks, driving up to their lander, being like, yo, what's up? And then leaving. Like, first building would be a skyscraper. Could China buy starships? No. Export control laws prevent that from happening. They'll just try to copy it, though. Try to. So, yeah, like, the guys, I don't... The quickest way to do this would be to just... I'm not going to say accelerate HLS, but see it through. Just see it through. We don't get... Like, honestly, we don't get to the moon first. That sucks. But the prize here isn't getting back to the moon. The prize here is building a city on the moon. That's what NASA needs to do. You need to build a research outpost on the moon. Someone told Sean Duffy they could get humans to the surface in 30 months. I believe that, Hibbit. 30 months and $10 billion. I believe that, sure. Absolutely. It's a burger source, illness. I'd just like to see a lunar Cybertruck, yeah. I really want to know what research they're doing into the moon dust problem. Yep. Anyway. Yeah, dudes, that's, Oh, yeah. Free Willsiacs. J-Speed. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's attach. You know what, dudes? You know what I've decided? Where's the target vehicle? You know what? We already have qualified our crew capsule on the block Octo 3 Block 1, which doesn't have the grid fin, my fins or anything, right? It doesn't have anything like that. We've already qualified it for that, though. So I'm thinking it might be a good idea to just launch crew on that. I don't want to have to requalify the vehicle. So let's do what the damn title to the stream says and freaking get her done. Oh yeah, we qualified at Oridon yesterday, and if you grandparent strut it, it's actually super strong. I wouldn't put it behind like 3 or 4 meganewtons of thrust, but it's good enough for a small transfer stage like this. We're gonna have to come up with a better version, but I have an idea to make a better version that's designed for more thrust. I have another idea. Honest question, do you think Elon Musk is being treated differently because of him not being from the US in politics? No. I think people treat him differently because he upsets the status quo. Guy likes to rock the boat. I mean, wouldn't you? If you had if you were worth $400 billion, you just do what you want. You could be pretty disruptive with that. Duffy's about to get another streamer to do this faster, EJ. That was funny. That was funny. Good job. anything in there. Nah, don't worry about it. The crew observations will be worth all the science in the world. Have you been? I'm alright, Def. Things okay. Do you think Elon lacks human empathy and what he wants is the real priority? No. Keenbop, that's not... I don't think that's a conversation that really is spacey enough for this stream, if that makes any sense, dude. Anyway, Def, how you been? The new launch vehicle looks pretty great. I think you might give I-9 a run for his money as far as aesthetical and functional crafts. Thank you. Oh, Rocket Guy. Oh, yeah. You learned that from me, though, man. Rocket Guy learned from me. Apologies. No, it's all good, man. I just don't really want to open up the sociology can of worms today. You know what I'm saying? We can go eat that poop sandwich some other time. I want to do the mission. I'm trying to steer us back towards doing this. Do I want to eat a poop sandwich? That's great. Just whatever, just do that away from me, please. Do that away from me, man. All right, let's put the target vehicle up there. So this is going to be a repeat of the uncrewed version of this. We're going to send this thing up to 110 circular orbit. I'm going to send the capsule up to 100 by 100 with Jeb, Bill, and Bob. And we're going to dock the two vehicles together. And we're going to push it out for a lunar mission. Push out to a lunar mission. First crew flyby of the moon. And go from there. So let's start by putting the CMTV into 110 circular orbit. Now, hang on. Let me load up something here real quick. I kind of want another shot at these scissor wings, dudes. They worked, and they worked pretty well, actually. Center of mass of the vehicle seems to be about here. So, let me get the same two things. I'm going to put them more in line with the center of mass of the vehicle. Center of mass of the first stage when it has low fuel. Is this a wise test on a crewed launch? It's the target vehicle, Tessa. Don't worry about it. The Block 2-1 vehicle is not ready. It is not crew rated. I haven't rated it for crew, so don't worry about that. You think the biplane approach would get you the lift you need to pull up? No. This will, though. Made a giant, dumb, non-exploding glide bomb. Kind of. Remember the cigarette rocket? I could probably get it horizontal with the center of lift on the center of mass, J-Speed. I had some problems with control last time. So, so what I'm going to do, I'm changing the clock on my grid here. And I want to set this thing to yaw and roll. Set that one. We're going to set that one to yaw and roll. We'll set those to pitch. And I want them in 3x symmetry. And once again, we test this on the uncrewed variant. Okay, and then just flip it back over here so my SPH is the same craft file. Now go here, no damper, traverse rate set to 10, locked out. Now take these, run a grandparent strut. Actually, I think I root parted those last time. Set them to root, and we do not want any active control here. Those are just wings. All right. I genuinely want to see what this does. Just out of curiosity. I don't think it's going to do things that are correct to do, but we'll see. And once again, we're trying this with the uncrewed launch, so not a big deal. Rule 8 warning. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of that today. Yeah. All right, let's put the target vehicle up in space. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have to check our staging next time, because I'm a moron. Flashbang through the door! Sprint to the finish! Can I blame that on Baron for linking something about Rule 8? Can I blame that? Chat, can I do that? Please? Please? It's kind of embarrassing. Whoa! The smoke's still there. Nice. Can I blame that on Baron, please? Can I do that? Lost in Static is the name of this song. Yeah, there we go. That's what we need right there. Killer. What did you need the extra 1 science for? Just to get to 160. I didn't need to unlock anything in particular, Tessa. We're about to get way more science than that, though. The Rule 8 thing is really bad. I mean, William, I don't see why we should be outraged by that. That pretty much is in line with what Eric Berger reported yesterday about rolling the DOT, rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation. Somebody is just using hyperbole to get your attention. Instead of saying that, they're saying well, they want to get rid of NASA completely. You see that? See what's going on? Don't fall for that nonsense. All right, it was a static fire. Yeah, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Hold again. Boom. There's no fuel in the target vehicle. Kind of important. I looked at the fuel levels at the last second. EJ, the red line monitor. Wait, what happened to 7? All right, lock those tanks out. Good. Staging is good. Target vehicle launch attempt number 3. First one was Baron's fault. The second one was my fault for sure. But yeah. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. We got liftoff of the Octo 3 vehicle carrying the CMTV-2 for the first, prepping us for the first crewed missions for this space program. Go. Vehicle supersonic. The clouds are gone. Past max Q. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Upper stage ignition, ullage motor confirmed. Everything looking good there. Stand by for PLF jettison. PLF jettison confirmed. Boost back burn. Good. Reorienting the vehicle. Okay, set those to pitch. Set that to yaw and roll. Unlock. Scissor wing. Lock them. Not invert direction, idiot. Lock those out. All right, cool. No. Shh. I suck today, dude. This is freaking pathetic. I didn't have enough time. Yeah, that stage is gonna re-enter. Alright, well, let's try to get this back, save some freaking money. We might be able to save that. I don't know. I gotta get this thing down fast. Yeah, me hitting invert direction. I went below. If you have to switch vehicles when you're above 70, which just sucks. Gonna make it? Gonna make it? Gonna make it? Oh my goodness. Come on! We'll go pick that up later. All right, this thing needs to be turned like this right now. We have the Delta V to do it. Come on, baby. If we can start going up before the atmosphere really starts to catch us, we'll be all right. I don't think so. Come on, go up. Rates are still okay. We're in communication blackout. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're not pulling this one out. We're going up. We're going up. We're going up. Oh my goodness. We don't have the Delta V, guys. We don't have the Delta V. Come on, come out of signal blackout, please. Oh, it's gonna be close, man. We got a signal. We got a signal. We got a signal. All right, go, 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 go. Come on, push. I really don't want to use a lot of the target vehicle's fuel. It kind of defeats the point of the mission. We won't have this much Delta V when the capsule is attached to it, Buck. Probably not going to be enough to push us to the moon. We'll have to assess when we get up here. isn't the right vehicle. This isn't the vehicle that we tested with, guys. It doesn't have the retro thrusters. Yeah, Pigzig, it's okay. You get days like this. We salvaged it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, this is not, it's not going to get us to the moon. And I don't have thrusters that were a critical part of testing. I need the back-off thrusters so we can back away from the capsule if it has no fuel. It's okay. In the end, it wasn't physics, it was revision control. For real. I'm usually good about it, Eukerman. That's why I'm kind of a little pissed. But I'm playing like crap today, dude. Like, dude, none of my thrusters on the transfer vehicle are locked out. Like, I'm playing very sloppy today. Very, very sloppy. It's nothing like how I played yesterday. It's got a lot on my mind with this Rule 8 nonsense. We'll leave this as a spare, dudes, but yeah. Let's call it 2A. And, yeah. That's version control that just came back to bite me, dudes. Need some recording pump to cheer you up. Tessa, you want to change the music. I don't want to change the music. No, what's going to cheer me up is completing the mission. All right, let's go inspect what's left of this monstrosity here. Dude. We lost a couple of tanks on this. Not bad. Hey, Pally Joe. This actually performed quite good. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, it was actually pretty sweet. This flyback is flybacks make a lot of sense in KSP. I did not like the yaw control from the tail. That's not. I didn't like that. Or the yaw and roll control from the tail. I wasn't a fan of that. What's like the smallest control surface we have in the game? I think that's it. Don't mind that, it just looks a little funky. I mean, if we got to launch another target vehicle, I might just deorbit that one, dudes. Hey, Bio. Going for an X-Winger? Yeah, I might. No, I haven't. Selfish. Does the one on orbit already have enough delta V to get to the moon by itself? Could it potentially do a lunar impactor in that case and still get some science out of it? Yeah, it could do that, Asher, but I don't think we're gonna gain anything from crashing on the moon without a seismometer in the vicinity. Am I wrong? Hey, it's me. Hope you're good. Do you reckon that flapping rotor blades generates lift in KSP? Yes, they will. You could make an ornithopter. Yeah, absolutely. You could make the thing from Dune. You could do that with the helicopter blades. Sure. It would be a little bit hard to figure out the control mechanisms for it, but you could absolutely do it. I hate that. My buddy Yarg did it once. So instead of fussing around with all this, guys, I'm gonna put a cal controller in here. Yeah, we could figure out something else to do with that vehicle. I'm not sure what, but yeah, I'll just leave it there, Sea Kraken. Mm-hmm. Will you be covering Spain Sat tomorrow night? It's at 9:30. So there's a Starlink at 10:16 tomorrow, and then there's Spain Sat. At 9:30, yeah. Yeah, I don't see why not, dude. I think the booster is expended on the Spain sat mission? Oh no, that sucks. I don't really like anhedral. Anhedral control surfaces like this, but that's gonna give us a lot of instability. Hey Nolan, how are you? $6,100 kilos to GTO. Oh, well. Well, there's your problem. You doing good? Nice, nice. It's not attached to the blade tip, J-Speed. It's attached to the servo. That's attached to the blade tip. Yeah, it's not attached to that. It's attached here. It just looks like it rolls with it. It's a little bit of trickery on my end. Let's see, I'm worried about if we have this like this. Look at that. That's going to screw us up on the way up. On ascent, this could be not great. Not great. Can you put a shroud around the servos? It looks incredibly unsupported. This is just testing, dude. Yeah, we'll do something. I was thinking you can use flags. Like, we can use flags to make something that looks like an aerodynamic fairing for it or whatever. But, I do like this. This diamond wing idea is pretty cool. Unattach them to the bottom servo, then. It'll do the same thing, King. This is using Reliance, Mikey. LVT-45 is one of the earliest engines in the game that you can get. I'm worried that that's going to make the vehicle roll on the way up. You know what? I'm just getting rid of them. I like the diamond. The diamond is super cool. But yeah, we're gonna... Oh. I'm stupid. Hold on. Man, I'm dumb. I was like, I really wish we had a smaller control surface. We do have a smaller control surface. Numbskull. Now you can attach blades to blades. I didn't know that. Yeah, but see, that's not a smaller control surface. It's not exactly a smaller control surface because these have much more effective control moment. Because they're fudged to work like rotor blades, so that's not really going to do exactly what we want. You know what? I'll just go with the way I had this before. I know this will work. It looks a little strange. The authority limiter does not need to be high. We'll start at 5 degrees of deflection. My favorite missile is the one that never gets fired. So I need a plus and a point at 1 and have that read target 0. Copy that curve, move that curve to the bottom ones so they wait a second. Because the first thing that I need here is for these servos to unlock. Disengage servo lock. Disengage servo lock. Oh no, we could have them toggle. You know, instead of disengage, let's just have toggle servo. Toggle locked on both of them. Plus in a point here. plus in a point there. So servos are going to unlock. These move into position. And then on this side of the curve over here, we need to plus something in at 4 seconds and set it to minus 90, like that. Copy that curve, put that curve down. Copy that curve, put that curve down here. And then on the other end of this, right, we need to plus in a point there and plus in a point there. There we go. Done. I can always, I'll put in a manual lockout here, just in case. I toggle if it gets out of parity. It's unlikely that that's going to happen, but I mean, we'll do it that way if we want to be absolutely sure, man. That's not a bad idea. We need engage servo lock, disengage servo lock. And then over here, engage servo lock, disengage servo lock. So the disengage can go up to like that. Disengage will be keyed. Disengage gets keyed first. And then engage gets keyed over here. We just gotta hope that the wings they don't flop around at all. But that's why I have a manual override for locking toggle over there. This one actually shouldn't even be toggle locked. This should be also engage servo lock, to force lock them just in case it doesn't work. I don't want to be fiddling around with this thing and miss another second stage. Yeah, and I agree. Sea Kraken, we got to do something about, like, this area here. Some kind of nacelle system or something. That. Nice, Airborne. Is this Falcon 9? No, David, it's not Falcon 9 at all. I kind of made it look like it, but it's borrowed some design features from it, dude, but by and large, no. Here, it's a flyback booster, dude. So ready? And if you can kind of picture it in your mind, that's the nose of your airplane. Those are your wings. using helicopter blades as wings, and then my grid fins are horizontal and vertical stabilizers. It's a flyback booster. It's a good idea. It'll be fine. It's a good idea, man. Why are you looking at me like that? It's fine. It'll work. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Cool design. But does it work? You know what? I'm gonna run with no nacelles. We do need to put something there to make it look like it belongs, but make sure that those are locked out from the beginning. Okay, we're good. Let's go in here, make sure these thrusters are disabled, lock out our payload, disable all the tanks to make sure that this actually works correctly. No sloppy this time. No sloppy this time. Double check your staging. Staging is good. Did you change your payload to the correct version? There is no correct version. Hold on. Thank you, XJ. That's it. That's the correct version, dude. It was something that a last minute change. We should add that to the actual the craft file proper. This thing is good to go. Let's find the proper craft file for the transfer vehicle or the target vehicle. We have to, yeah, we need these to complete that phase of the mission. Fore aft disabled. Fore aft disable. All right, cool. Now our craft file matches. All right, let's try this again, dudes. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that other target vehicle up there. I'm probably just gonna disable. I'm probably just gonna deorbit it, dude. But let's go. Man, this thing looks so goofy with those wide grid fins up there. That looks very, very peculiar. I don't really have a way to get this thing to land, fellas. Yeah, I don't have a way to do that. So, I'm not 100% sure what we should do in that regard. Like, what we could do is proof of concept, go for a splashdown. All right. Yeah, we could get away with that. So yeah, David, it's not Falcon 9. I borrowed some design features from it just because I like the 9 engine configuration. You can really do a lot with it. But yeah, that's really kind of where the similarities stop. I have made Falcon 9s in this game before. They're pretty good. So stupid. I hate that. All right, make sure those are tagged out. Make sure that's tagged out. I'm not sure what these are going to do on the way up, guys. So this is a little bit of a high-risk mission again, but let's send it. Ready? Here we go. just use the jelly water. That's probably what we'll do. There's plenty of stock alike mod packs, Buxo. Blue Dog Design Bureau, BDB. That's a great stock alike pack. Blue Dog is the bee's knees, we'll say. All right. EJGS is ready to go. All right. Shut the lights. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, hold. Lander is in field again. Give me a second. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
This is what I'm here for. This is why you write checklists. This is why you write checklists.
No, this is why I have to get better version control. This has nothing to do with the checklist. My internal checklist caught the bug. This had nothing to do with checklist, Sputnik. Okay, all versions match at this point. There we go. Hey, Turbine, good to see you again. How you doing? Are these blades on hinges? No. No, I just taped 4 blades to the side of the vehicle, RJ. It's fine. Good. Let's go. Locked in. Remember, chat, you can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin. Lockheed, call me. I got you. I got your PR game on lockdown.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Orion, 21 3 sub. I saw Miss Kerbal. You making me want to play it again. Sorry. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff. Octo 3 carrying the prototype flyback stage. And the target vehicle for our inaugural manned mission. Take 2. Eagle's pitching downrange. The hell's that about? We picked up a pitch rate of 0.2 degrees a second radian. JGS is compensating. Everything's looking good here. Stand by for staging. Okay, there's Miko. Stage separation. Upper stage ignition. Everything's looking good there. Payload pairing jettison. PLF jettison confirmed. Stage 1 boost back. Boost back confirmed. Control surfaces locked. Payload's good, Peter. Cool. Our upper stage thruster component is working, and we've locked out the transfer vehicle. Just got to keep an eye on that stage. We got to circularize, or at least get close to circularization before that thing gets below 25. Oh, man, this is going to be close. You know what? I'm switching. We'll switch. We can finish the circularization later. We're really close. We're like 99% of the way there. If it goes below 25, Chanky, the game deletes it. We just have to be expedient here. Yes! Come on, bring it around town. Bring it around town. That's so cheesy, dude. I love it. Expediency. I know. I'm just bringing her in for an approach here. Need more control on the roll. There we go. Dude, it coasts forever. Landing gear? Nah. We didn't do that. I don't think the stage would have survived doing something like this in real life, but you know. It is very flyable for what it's worth, dudes. Very flyable. Actually, it flies really good. I love it. This is just as good as Cigarette Rocket, man. Dude, this thing flies great. Look at this. It's so stupid. I love it. Boom. So dumb. I love it. Dude. It's so stupid. It's just as bad as Cigarette Rocket, man. You gotta be kidding me. I don't have the right landing gears that I want for this unlocked, Luizo, but yeah. Ridiculous. I'm gonna leave that there. I want to go check on that later. I only have the smallest deployable landing gear unlocked, dude. You witnessed gloriousness, Stubborn. See that? Did you see that? Isn't it great? Are you playing stock career? Yeah. Yeah, man. Dude, we could just get that thing to land right at the runway. Okay, let's push this just a smidge higher. Okay, nominal orbit insertion there. All right, now we got to coast to the other side here. Fun things, you can set the wings to respond to control inputs and to lead some of those surfaces up near the inner stage. It would be roll if I needed it to do anything, Uncle X. I think that's too much roll moment control, to be honest with you. That's why I did the double up control surfaces, even though it looks a little weird. Got to do a slight inclination change. We're off just by a little bit. He looks great, Bandit, but yeah, it's a long season. You can keep the roll control authority down. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. I think 1 degree is still too much, but we'll see. I'm just placing this in precise deployment orbit, and then we'll get rid of the stage. You know what, guys? I don't really initially like straying from my concept of operations, but this thing has, well, no, I was going to say it has enough Delta V to shoot this out to the moon, but it's not going to have enough Delta V to shoot this and the capsule out to the moon. Yeah, we'll do what we did before. Here we go for payload deploy. Just double check to make sure that we didn't drain this thing's batteries. We didn't? Okay, go for payload deploy. Payload deploy confirmed. Flipping on the tanks. Solar panels are on. Canvas Major. Target vehicle 2B is ready to go. All right, let's dispose of the stage. Have we saved Franklin Kerman yet? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, we'll shore up that orbit in a little bit. Save that. Hey, Grits, 57-month resub. Mac B with another 57-month resub. Do you have a mono tank inside your engine bell? No, on that one it's a tail cone to make it look like the engine has some turbine machinery. I need to replace it. I want to replace it with an engine shroud. I think it would look better. Okay, disposal burn. All right, stage disposal burn was on time. Okay, let's check out the rest of the stage thrusters. We're gonna enable the retro burning thrusters to make sure that those are working correctly. Translation thrusters, or rotation thrusters, are working. Perfect. One 20.021 by 110.003. Good. We'll be out there in a second. Okay, target vehicle's in position. Let's get the capsule up there. I don't know, Vet. We're gonna have to sit and wait it out, dude. Let's just play KSP for the time being, brother. It's kind of the reason why I'm not doing space news today. All right, let's go look at this thing. Hold on. I think that would make too much sense, Paul. I think that's the answer we're looking for here. I think that would make too much sense. I think that's the problem that we're dealing with here. Blas, you just docked with the target vehicle orbiting Kerbin while coming back from the moon. Killing the speed was the orbital insertion. I was only able to because the stream you gave a docking guide. Oh, nice. You know, this is the super realistic part of this, dudes. No. 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 It looks so sad. It looks like a beached whale. Oh no. Who would fix the potholes in space? No, not potholes, black holes. God, what are you talking about? I don't know who would fix those. Department of Public Works, maybe? At least we know it's not going anywhere. All right, we'll recover this one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
He's beach captain. We're gonna need a bigger booster. FYI, Eve transfer window on year 2, day 114. Okay. You made a saddle lander, Hilness. Nice. Hey, Linux, what's up, man? All right, guys. It's time to put the orange suits up there. Here we go. Title of the stream, JDG. No, not that thing. Manned launch vehicles, what we want. That has the better fairing. Yes. All right. So this is just the Block 1 variant. This is the parachute booster, guys. So yeah, this is the one that moves the capsule. Let's check our staging. Separation, so ignition, separation, parachute deploy. Engines are good. Launch escape system jettison is good. Shroud jettison is good. Capsule separation is good. SPS ignition is good. That's good. All right, let's check our abort contingencies. Okay, launch escape system is working, a 4-5-6 combination. Everything is working. Everything's looking good there. Cool. All right, let's talk about this mission. I'm going to put the orange suits in this. We're going to put Jeb, Bill, and Bob in this. This save has no reverting and no quick saving. Whatever happens, happens. That's what makes this tough. Check the fuel. Fuel is good. We don't need a magnetometer in our second stage. Yeah, fuel is all set, Chief. Thank you for saying that. So I'm going to walk through the mission profile. We're going to go up there. I'm aiming for a 100-kilometer circular orbit with this capsule, more or less. Just close enough. Okay. Once we're in 100-kilometer circular, we're going to figure out where our phases is relative to the target vehicle that we just got, that we just sent up, and we are going to dock to it with Kerbals.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
From there, target vehicle in the capsule. The target vehicle will boost us out to the moon, and we will do a lunar flyby with Jeb, Bill, and Bob. Getting a crew report, from the moon. And we can also do crew reports high above Kerbin and then low Kerbin orbit. Those are all the scientific things that we really want here. Hey, Kronos. What's up? Yeah, we'll do the crew flyby there, and then serve, the CMTV will boost us out to the moon. We'll do the flyby, put the CMTV into a disposal orbit. Capsule will come back. We'll do a free return trajectory. Capsule will come back and use the SPS to recircularize, and then come back down and land. Hey, Rudy, space news for later. I kind of didn't want to do space news today. Okay. I didn't really want to do that today, my dude. Why? What's on your mind? I didn't really want to do that, brother. You wanted to hear my opinion on this? The short story is that I think it's okay for NASA to want to hold contractors' feet to their fire. I wish they did that with everybody and not just SpaceX when they want to get something done expediently. With that being said, I think opening up the HLS contract is not really a wise decision. That's just going to make everybody else try to speed up their landers, and SpaceX already to try and go faster than they already are going. Getting to the moon before 2028 is probably a good idea. Trying to get there before the Chinese is that's not a bad goal, to be honest with you. It really isn't. But if you really wanted to fix this, an in-house cost-plus lander operated by NASA independently with no commercial stakeholders to the pathway to the moon is probably the best way to do it, in my opinion. But I think tampering with your lunar sustainability by reopening up HLS is not the wisest decision. With that being said, we don't really know what opening up HLS means. The contract has been mostly paid out to SpaceX at this point, to the tune of like $2.9 billion. Is there an incentive to go faster? A monetary incentive? Like, what are we talking about? We don't really know the details of what opening up HLS actually means. Something positive, Stoke fired up the LC-14 Deluge. Nice. So, yeah, that's really where I'm at, Rudy. I'll be honest with you. If I worked at SpaceX, I'd be a little bit peeved by that, and I would want to work harder. I'd be a little peeved by that, but hey. Yeah, the other thing is that I don't think it's wise to rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation. I don't think that's a smart decision. That is notoriously short-sighted. And even if that's what you ended up wanting to, even if that's what you wanted to do, dude, whoa, wait a minute. Like, what? If that's what you want to do, why are we refactoring NASA's bureaucracy when expediency is the key here? I thought we wanted to get to the moon quickly. You think that oh yeah, we want to get to the moon quickly. So let me just refactor the entire bureaucratic end-to-end structure of NASA before we do that. Does that sound like somebody who knows what they're doing? Save that till after we go to the moon, pal. Believe me, Rudy, I got pissed yesterday. I was pissed. I was so angry. I couldn't really articulate my thoughts like what I just said to you right there, but that's kind of where I'm at. That's the short story. You're damn right, dude. My fear is that SpaceX could walk away from NASA. Let him. If NASA wants to terminate the contract because the stakeholders aren't in agreement, there is a termination clause in every contract. If they want to do it, and as long as it's an amicable move, I don't have a problem with that. Sure. You put a science pack in the capsule. Oh, my capsule already has an ESU in it, dude. I put an ESU in a cargo compartment back here to offset the capsule's center of mass, along with COPVs down here for monopropellant systems. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at, dudes. Whether rolling now, see, so fellas, all right, this is the last thing. Let's be real. It's not the last thing I'm going to say about it. I'm going to get asked about it again. But where I'm at, dudes, is that, look, it remains to be seen whether rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation is a wise decision. I can't really say whether if that's going to be a good idea or not. I don't know. Maybe? What I do know is that shaking up NASA's entire bureaucracy like that, when you're also claiming to beat the Chinese back to the moon, is kind of a counterintuitive game plan. And I'm not trying to say that I know better by any means, but it certainly seems like Sean Duffy is the at least the optics of what he's saying makes me really, really, really wonder if you actually understand the repercussions of your decisions. I really, 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 really am just kind of, what? Why would you do that? Like, that makes no sense to me. You want to roll NASA into the Department of Transportation? Okay, why would you do that when you need to execute something that requires punctuality? What? That seems to be all over the place here. Why would you do that? One of those things is going to make the other thing not work very well. You know? That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not sure if rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation is a good idea. I don't think that's right. I think NASA does just fine as their own independent entity. However, I will say that I think that the NASA administrator being a cabinet position is actually a pretty good idea. That will prevent interim acting administrators from making really stupid decisions. Picking up what I'm laying down? Okay, cool. No, I'm not just talking about the present one. The HLS decision in the first place was chosen by an interim acting administrator after Jim left in April of 2021. And another thing, albeit anecdotally, was the Challenger disaster happened under an interim acting administrator. Fun fact. He officially confirmed that today, by the way. Eric got a quote. I mean, EVA experiments, kid. Well, what do you mean EVA experiments, kid? We're not, Oh. What the hell is that? Let me be clear. We're not going to terminate the contract from our side. We owe a crazy debt to NASA to just quit on Artemis now. If they want to terminate at us, Grey Dragon schematics are still in Skynet. Of course they are, man. Rudy, SpaceX ain't the kind of company that's just going to throw something away. Boosters or data, don't matter. Yeah, of course. I forgot about the EVA experiments kit, Seacracken. That's a good call. But yeah, fellas, that's where I'm at. I got all the angst out yesterday. I was pissed and I kind of made a fool of myself. I had a couple of crash outs during Space News. I was pretty mad. I'm good today. And I've collected my thoughts a little bit more. That's kind of where I'm at, dude. I don't think this is the wisest decision. I would really like to know more about what rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation means. Because at face value, I don't agree with it. I don't think that's right. Stack up to 4 times in a Kerbal's inventory. However, When wearing an EVA jetpack, a Kerbal can only carry one kit. In order to perform EVA science, a Kerbal must either be standing or floating in space. They cannot be swimming, falling, or on a ladder. There are 3 different experiments. If the Kerbal is floating in space, they will spin a wing nut. This causes the Kerbal to spin in the opposite direction, while the wing nut demonstrates the Zanibekov effect. Yeah. The experiment description implies that the Kerbal disassembled their spaceship to obtain the wing nut. Nice. I forgot about that, dude. Yeah, we can load this bad boy up. I mean, how many EVA experiments do we want? Low Kerbal orbit, high Kerbal orbit, high lunar orbit, low, and potentially low lunar orbit. So I think 4 would be good enough. Am I thinking about this? How far must I back up to understand this context? Mike just watched Space News yesterday. Using the kit doesn't consume the kit. Oh. Okay. We'll just leave it like that then. I forgot about the EVA experiments kit, dude. Yeah, I forgot about doing it. The last time I played career mode was like 2019. Or, well, 2020 into 2021 because of mission mode, but I don't remember. Why do I not remember that thing? Fellas, does that mean we could go, like, at the VAB and drop an experiments kit down with a lizard and... Oh, man. Oh, we could get a lot of science, dude. It's just for the surface of Kerbin, if you recall correctly. It's not biome specific. All right, well, that's still cool. All right. Let's do this, dudes. Sending Kerbal doing the move that a golf ball. If the Kerbal standing on other specific celestial bodies, they will use a hammer and shatter what appears to be a frozen banana. It's not used up, it can be reused. Cool. Neat. Well, that's good to know. Thank you, Sea Kraken. Yeah, that'll definitely help us with our mission. Low space, high space, surface. Got it, Jim. It is biome specific. Even better. Well, we have one kit on board. Bob can use that, and we'll go from there. Hando Bonani. Rip Hando Bonani. All right, let's roll. Nope, sorry, misinformation, my bad. Don't worry about it. That's bananas. That's bananas. Okay, we got the Kerbals on board. Launch escape system, or launch abort system is armed. Okay. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. First crewed flight of this career mode save, carrying the 3 orange suits. Prime orange suits to low Kerbal orbit, and a flyby to the moon. Mode 1 Alpha. Vehicles pitching downrange. Everything's looking good here. Chamber pressure is nominal. Vehicle supersonic, max Q. 1 Bravo. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Miko. Stage separation 2 Alpha. 2 Alpha confirmed. Upper stage ignition was nominal. Crossing 50, launch escape tower jettison. 2 Bravo. LES jettison confirmed. Crew on board having a good time. Kirby up. That indicates in the abort contingency, we'd land off the coast of the peninsula, the Caribbean Peninsula over here. Okay, shroud jettison. Shroud jettison confirmed. What is their 0G indicator? A stuffed Kerbal. Stand by for Seco. (100/20), second stage engine cutoff. Nominal orbit insertion. Stand by for capsule separation. We got a good separation on the capsule. SPS ignition, or SPS priming. Surface propulsion system is primed for our circularization maneuver here. We thank you for flying the Octo 3 launch vehicle and hope to see you again soon. We have 45 seconds until Apogee. I am going to go around the horn and enable our thruster blocks here. The Taurus capsule thruster blocks coming online. I manually enable every single one of them, guys. I should switch it to action groups eventually. But this way is just fine. I think we lost the first stage, but that's okay. I should have switched back over. It's alright, though. Doesn't cost us that much. SPS ignition. (99 by 106). A little bit high on the orbital trajectory, but that's okay. We can shore it up. Solar panel deploy. Didn't you plan to make the RCSAG them yesterday? I did, but we ended up not doing it because I wanted to keep the capsule configuration exactly the same. Yeah, I should have gotten the first stage back, but that's okay. You could do it with a cal, have a timeline cal that controls the craft configuration, the same as the shuttle. Yeah, definitely would be a nice upgrade. Just shoring up some of our orbit here. I need to be 100 circular. It'll make this easier for rendezvous. Help me, please. See last. Dude, I'm kind of busy right now. Give me 1 second. I'm not screwing around with the orange suits, dude. Hey, Thick. What's up? Yeah, give me a second, bro. Then we'll get to it. .03. Good. All right. What's on your mind, Airborne? Delete insert doesn't work on the laptop for changing bin to line to row. Line to row. I don't understand. You're trying to dock? You're trying to go into docking mode? Screw that, dude. Just hit target. Don't use docking mode. Just hit target, find the target indicator, make sure prograde's on target, and go from there. Don't use docking mode. Yeah, we got the 3 orange suits, man. This is my first crewed flight. I love being able to use that. 25 seconds until 2-second SPS firing. So we're going to start SPS 2 here. We've matched inclination to the CMTB. I love how precise you can be with this damn thing. That's what makes doing crew missions so good, man. Doris capsule's looking real good, man. So our next correction burn is at 1 minute, is 90 seconds away. 1 minute and 30 seconds out from the correction burn. Jeb has his face pressed up on the glass. Well, yeah, of course. The Lounge lazy method. What's Matt's lazy method? Just using target mode? I hate docking mode. I've never used docking mode. I think I predate docking mode in this game. Perfect. 20 seconds. We're going to boost us up to get to 100 circular. A little too much. Went a little hard there. The OMAC thrusters really can push this thing. I'm showing some calibration errors. Please follow me to the energy field test station. Bridge to Cryo 2, this is Captain Key. Send the Master Chief to the bridge immediately. Sir, we'll have to skip the weapons demonstration. On the double, crewman. Skipper seems jumpy. You better get to the bridge. We'll find your weapons later. Don't mind me. Don't worry about it. You don't know what that's from? Well, you know, that sucks. BF6 is so unplayable. In the industry, this unit is known as DOTTC-407 tank. It's a stainless tank. Made out of stainless and used to transport chemicals such as sodium hydroxide or many other corrosive substances. Based on the placard, I don't even need to read the rest. It's indicating 1203. That's not that. 1203 is gasoline. Based on the placard at the rear of this UN hauling code 1203, the code for gasoline. Now, I don't know what kind of world Tajikistan is living in, but you would never haul gasoline in a DOTTC 407 unit. That's what the 406 is made. That's what the 406 is made for. Who the hell thought of this? This place is a prison. $100 by 179. We're good. Capsule shakedown. As good as ever. All right, now let's figure out good phasing to get to the transfer vehicle. It's gonna probably take a couple of orbits, but we shouldn't need more than a 10 meters a second burn here to get really where we need to be. So the first thing I'll do is input the impulse of the burn here. Yeah, 8. 8 meters a second. But if you look, our rendezvous nodes are still a little ways off. 176. So we got to change the phasing of the orbit. Might have to do 2 or 3 orbits around here, dudes. Oh, there we go. I plussed an orbit onto the orbital button thing. Doot, 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 doot. Right? And now we can just fine-tune our phasing. So these arrows right here are moving the maneuver node about the orbital path. And what I like to do is sometimes select curve in here, bring up the maneuver node again, set CMTV as target, bring it up again. Separation is 13 kilometers. We just need to adjust phasing. One more time. Huh? Almost got it. Change the fine adjustment here. It's still saying we're a kilometer away. Is there any way you can increase the size of the text? We've scaled it as best as we can, man. We're probably gonna have to get a mod because yeah, seeing it, I'm having trouble seeing it on 4K, dude. Okay, that gives us within 100 meters. That'll be just fine. Okay, let's move ourselves around, get us into the right phase. The other thing I have to do is make sure I closed out the AGs. Action groups for the launch abort system have been closed. All right. Quick pulse of the SPS here, and then the RCS can finish it off. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we sit. We're gonna get in range of the target vehicle. Taurus is still working just fine. Bells, I'm not about to say we're rendezvousing with the wrong target vehicle, but we're rendezvousing with the wrong target vehicle. It's all right. We picked the wrong one. That's why I wanted to deorbit this thing, man, but it's okay. That's just all that sacrifices is a little bit of our time and a little bit of my pride. So, you know, that's fine. Yeah, the right vehicle is the CMTB 2B is over there. That's the one that's fully fueled with the retro thrusters and stuff. It's okay. What we'll do is we'll use this one to get a quick rendezvous with the other one. A little bit of flexibility in our mission operations here, but that's okay. .5. Distance is 30 meters. Slowing to station keep. Station keeping, meaning that we're flying in formation with it. That's a nice way of saying that. That's the cool space way of saying it. We're station keeping with the vehicle. See? Okay. The reason why is because I never put this into the correct target. Correct target configuration, meaning facing straight down. Turn the lights on. What a shot. Okay. All right, guys. Let's get ourselves oriented correctly. Okay, so we're gonna need to roll. Nope, other way. We're holding at 10.8 meters. Probably what we're gonna do, Creeper, I didn't really want to do Space News today. Space News yesterday got a little heated, and I don't think there's really much to add right now, bro. We'll do another Space News again tomorrow. There's a bunch of rocket launches tomorrow. We got a Falcon 9 in the morning and Falcon 9 in the evening. Falcon at supper time tomorrow, so not too worried. Okay. Nulling out rotation rates at this point. Okay. Taurus 1, you're clear for dock. Increasing forward speed. .2 meters a second. .7 meters. Closing to 1 centimeter a second. 5 meters. Chop. Got him. Taurus 1 has successfully rendezvoused with CMTV-2A. Mint. Pedals worked great, dude. Dude, that system is so money. I love it. Okay. Refuel the pod? I don't really like... I didn't really build a fuel transfer mechanism into this. I will shut down the pod's engines, though. .117 meters a second. No, that's not what we want. This needs to be down here. That's the Delta V we have. Excellent. What are the pedals made from? Flags, Caden. Flags with a custom texture on them. You can make flags panels. That was one of the later patches to KSP that they did. You can make flags panels. So I made mine. I took the flags, I made them into panels, and I had them. I set them on same vehicle interaction. And that makes them work like an alignment mechanism. The pedals basically align with each other. The idea is derived from this. The NDS. See? Pretty cool, huh? The pedals are used for alignment so they can align the drive hooks during a soft capture. And then there's a pilot dowel that this ring actually retracts, and a pilot dowel pilots it into position so the drive hooks can actually dock together. The NDS or IDSS is what Dragon and Starliner use. Yep, Orion does too, but the Artemis II Orion is not flying with a docking port attached to it. Now that we're here, we're chilling. We're reading 760 meters a second delta V. That wouldn't have had enough to do the free return, guys. Yeah, it wouldn't have been enough. It's close, but we're about 100 delta V off. But that's because that mission didn't end very well. You ever see this? Mute because music. The docking apparatus. Yeah, that thing's super cool. I've seen that. All right. Now Bob's gonna go out. He's gonna perform some EVA science. That's a wing nut. Okay, that was science, huh? Okay. That's a wing nut. Okay, I'm sure it didn't need that, you know. He was testing the Downey-Beckhoff effect. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, what kind of Delta V maneuver do we need to do here to get a rendezvous with this thing? What's the playlist? I'll link it up in chat. Huh. We should... Yeah. I don't understand. Why is the engine off center? Pod has an offset center of mass, dude. My pod center of mass is biased to one side so we can steer it during re-entry. Just like a real one. Alright. I like the Cal controller system, Aqualex. I think that's a good idea. We should do that. That is correct for this application. Well, let's reorient and we'll figure this out. How many rotations is that around from us? It's about a quarter of the way around, so that would be an hour and a half. We need an hour and a half differential period. So that means if we set our AP over here, it wasn't doing that before. Mm. 313 meters a second. That'll get us a good rendezvous. It's a little bit. Period's 33 minutes, not 90 minutes. Yeah, don't worry about it. I just used the maneuver node. It looks to be about 1 hour. Okay. So what I want to do here with this test, guys, is I want to really... we really want to watch this to see if we're putting any strain. See if we're putting strain on this thing. Arm the target vehicle propulsion system. sure everything has the right auto struts on it. It does. Okay. It's still bunched up a little bit. Can we get the link to the playlist here too? Sure. Zathras, you're a terrible person. I took a CRS from a Falcon. I actually docked it. Thanks for the help. Yeah, sure. Okay, stand by for target vehicle engine shutdown. Shutdown was confirmed. Good. It's all good, Sea Kraken. I'd prefer you to be checking. Can you try to rendezvous with comets and stuff? My space program... Primes, my space program is not really that good enough yet to do something like that. I'm just barely getting a capsule up and running. Soon, though. I'm trying to shore up my apogee a little bit to get into the right orbit. Or perigee, excuse me. Is the right orbit for the ISS 670,100 at 51.6 degrees inclined. 400 kilometer circular orbit at 51.6. What are you? What is 670? Is that the SMA or something? The Orion heat shield final determination drop. Oh boy. Do I need to know quaternions to play the game? No. Most of the rendezvous and the orbital mechanics are simplified by the UI, dude. Don't worry about that. close as this thing really wants us to get. So we're already oriented correctly here. So let's bring it around town. Okay, we're going to start our recircularization. Janky, I think you don't know what it means, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Things all day. Okay. DMTV1 was pretty good. All right, we can separate from it now. Re-enable the capsule's thruster control systems. Okay, just got to get the roll control thrusters up and running. This is why we need to put this on an AG or a CAL controller. I like CAL controllers better in this regard because with AGs I tend to fat finger them. That's more of a me problem than AGs not being the right solution, you know? It's gonna take us to the moon, Orion. Wait till the capsule's a little ways away. Kind of like Apollo 8, yes. It's Apollo 8 using an EOR architecture. Earth Orbit Rendezvous, or Kerbin Orbit Rendezvous, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that stage is toast. Reset CMTV2B. And we will warp over here. Arming the SPS.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Dill Nilla, gifted a sub Sabril. Thank you very much, Dill. Appreciate it. What is that planet shine? It's a mod. Exclamation point KSP1 mods. You said yesterday that you think Lockheed knows what they want from Orion, but isn't the fact that they didn't the entire reason we're using rectilinear halo orbit? I don't really remember what the context of that conversation was, Ethereal. Okay, we are approaching the next target vehicle. 850 at closing at closing at 4.5 meters a second. Context was your pod worked perfectly and 2 of the US's crew capsules don't. Mostly because of Boeing in both cases. Oh, I don't think it was Lockheed, or believe it or not, I don't think, well, it was, okay, so Boeing with SLS, yes. I really think it was NASA not knowing really what they wanted. So Lockheed made them what they thought they wanted, and it might not be exactly what they wanted. I think that's what was the context of that conversation. I don't know, man. Yesterday was a freaking blur. I was pissed yesterday, dude. I don't really remember half the things that I freaking said. It was not appropriate. Some of it was not appropriate. Like, some of it was not very appropriate. Okay, warping a little bit. Okay, we're 200 out. 100 at 4 meters a second. We're 40 and closing at 2.6. We really got to slow down. $20 at 2. Okay, we are directly under it. It was before Space News. Everything was still G-rated when that was happening. So Ethereal, we were talking about like building what you want. Like, what are your stakeholder? That was in regards to stakeholder expectations, dude. I think. But isn't the fact that they didn't the entire reason we're using rectilinear halo orbit? I don't think it's Lockheed that wanted rectilinear halo orbit. I think NASA did. If you really want my honest opinion, I think there was somebody at NASA that used canceling constellation as an excuse to put in the architecture that they thought was better, but in reality was a giant heaping pile of dookie. It's not the contractors that are denoting your architecture. Actually, it would have been Congress to do something like that. So Congress did it because how it used to work is NASA would come up with the architecture, you know, for the project, and Congress would fund it. You know, that's how it used to do it. Okay, we are underneath the target. Let's move to 10 meters out. President comes up with a plan, NASA comes up with the architecture for said plan, Congress funds the plan. That's not how we do things now. Nowadays, because somebody tried to pull the rug on the entire plan from the previous president, because under the guise of fiscal responsibility, pulled the idea, right, and then you know, replaced it with something else, and Congress said, nah, you shouldn't do that. Basically, it's been like this since Constellation got canceled. Getting rid of Constellation was borderline unconstitutional. And what happened is, because it wasn't just getting rid of Constellation, they tried to get rid of the entirety of NASA. They tried to do exactly the same kind of bullcrap that's going on right now. And that's not a good idea. It wasn't a good idea then, it wasn't a good idea now. And that's kind of the reason that we're in this position. I've warned about this, Ethereal, for a long time. So, because they were going to pull the plug on the entire space program, Congress signed a space program into law. So our current spaceflight architecture was basically, it's not Lockheed's fault. To be honest with you, it's not Lockheed. This is the result of some politician's pet peeve of a project. I'm Bill Nelson. But everybody says that and everybody blames Congress, but it's not necessarily Congress's fault. The precedent was set for the executive branch just to be able to pull the plug on the entire program when President Obama canceled the Constellation program. Like, that's the truth, dude. And it was an awful precedent to set, and we've been dealing with the repercussions of that cluster basically since. I've said if we keep going down this pathway many times, I've been saying it back as far as 5 years ago. if we go down this path and we incessantly commercialize every little bit of NASA to the point where we're saving money, there's going to be no NASA left to commercialize, and NASA itself will cease to exist as an entity. Look what's happened. I said this as far back as 2018. I know I have, but the problem is those VODs got deleted, so I don't really have any evidence to say that, but... So, you know, the next time somebody says, oh, it's Congress's fault. No, it's not Congress's fault. It's because there was for basically the last half century in the space program, there was don't just cancel the other guy's thing because you don't like him. And yeah, the one time we broke that rule, we set our space program back probably decades. I mean, it's really annoying and obnoxious at times. We should be on the moon. This shouldn't be a problem. It's just gotten so ridiculous that it's just jading the hell out of people. Okay. All right. We're 6 meters out. Okay, Taurus 1, you are go for final dock. Ten centimeters a second. $11. 3.7 meters in closing. $2.5. Chop. Got it. Docked with the second vehicle here. I think the nostalgia for Kennedy's harmonies here. I don't think we should have the goalpost set by someone who was changed out every 4 years. That relies on, I think, parties. Yeah, for the longest time, it was just kind of a gentleman's rule, Aqualux, and then some moron tried to break it, and we're in the position that we're in. The 2 times that rule has been broken, 2 presidents violated that rule, Nixon and Obama. The 2 times that we've done that, the space program got the shaft completely. And we've wound up with less funding for NASA on all fronts and less capability from NASA on all fronts. To be fair, Constellation wasn't exactly great. It had issues. Yeah, Ethereal was way better than Artemis, though. Good. I'm glad you added that last sentence. Constellation had issues. Remember, we got canceled. Constellation got canceled because it was seen as being pushed out by like maybe a couple of years. So by that logic, say we ended up going through and doing Constellation, and say it was at the rate of SLS. That means that Ares 1X would have been flying in like 2017, 2018, maybe. Ares 5 would have probably was scheduled originally to launch in like 2019 under the original Constellation program. That probably would have ended up being around 2021, 2022. So can you imagine we're in a scenario right now? Can you imagine in a scenario right now where we have Ares 5 and Altair flying and Ares 1X flying, and we're doing routine missions to the moon at this point? Constellation if they had just kept going with Constellation And even if they had flat funded it like SLS, we'd be on the moon right now. I'm just saying. Like, people might not want to hear that, but... Apollo was hella expensive in today's dollars. Yeah, and if you want to make a Formula One car, you're going to need money. What's the point? I don't understand. Like, yeah, Apollo was super expensive. We didn't know how to do it. If you want to be bold, you're gonna need the funding behind you. Like, we have missions where we have multiple docks to this dang thing. I really need to put this on an AG. There we go. Yeah, clicks, exactly. How come some RCS thrusters have less power than us? It's thrust balancing the vehicle skeleton so it flies straight. I'm a little bit annoyed because this thing doesn't have the Delta V either. Oh, good. It does. Excellent. I was gonna say, I just didn't have the staging right. Okay, guys, we are in flyby configuration, so let's do this. The moon. All right, we're going to dial in a free return. Okay. I'm dialing in a free return suborbital trajectory here. I've got to make sure we're controlling from the right point. Don't forget your science is at the right place. Well, we've already done our EVA experiment here down in Kerbin. We could do one on the way out for high Kerbin orbit. That's not going down to low lunar. Yeah, I guess we can't.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'll never not be salty about the cancellation of the M1 engine. Like you said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Yep, yep. Hey, L8, 7-month resub. What's up, dude? Waterfall, I believe, is what it's called, Flykin. Okay, it's a 3-minute and 30-second burn. That's exactly what it was with the uncrewed variant. Pretty much in change. That's actually perfect. Okay. We got to keep an eye on these docking ports. Really want to see if they get a little screwed up or bonked together or something during ignition. So I like burning halfway through the node. So if we have a 3-minute and 30-second burn, give or take. So cut 3 minutes in half. That's 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? Now cut 30 seconds in half. That's 15 seconds, right? So 1 minute 45 would be the start of our burn time.
Discovery,
So we are closer to the burn than we think we are right now. We want to burn at T-minus 1 minute 45. And just to take into account the extra 6 seconds there, it could be 1:48. What I want to do is watch these docking ports to see how they react structurally, mechanically, I guess. Well, not mechanically, structurally would be the right way to say that, to the increase in thrust. Hey, Momland, tier 3, 47-month resub. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, see, it bounces a little bit. I think that might be because of the docking port shroud. Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. All right, Intari. See you, buddy. Why is Kent Bear all the way down there? No, it was the M1 engine. The M1 is a Hydrolox dual turbine, a dual turbo shaft Hydrolox F1 engine with a like a 60-to-1 expansion ratio, which is wish we would do stuff like that again. Viper. Artemis 3 needs to have a stuffed animal Jebediah Kerbin to leave on the moon. That'd be pretty cool. I don't think we should leave it on the moon. We should probably bring him back. Halfway through our translunar injection burn. How's the crew? Crew in good spirits? They seem to be a little bit bored. That's one of the questions I had when I'd start sending supplies to the moon or Mars, for that matter. With what rocket, Matt? It's harder than you think to do. Like, you need a big rocket to get to the moon or Mars. Yeah, Wooly, for sure. Yeah, you need a lot of Delta V to get there. You need a big rocket. That's the short answer, Matt. SLS is not a hardware-rich program because frankly, it's systems architecture. The people who designed the space program are not smart. People who designed this space program are not smart, let's say. It makes sense to build a space station so we don't have to get there the hard way. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Are you talking about my save in Kerbal, or are you talking about in real life? You lost me, pal. EVA experiment high over Curvin gave us 22 science, and then there's the wing nut. Keep that experiment.
Discovery, go at
And
throttle
the
up.
EVA report, put those in the science container. There we go. Let's go. True report from high over Kerbin. Did I already do that? I don't even know. Yeah, we already did it. Sick. Bring on the plasma, baby. Hope that nut doesn't hit a plane. Okay, here we go. Sledge, holy crap. Oh my god, what the hell? What's happening? Please stop. dangerously stupid dummy. The part in quotes is his call sign. Didn't want to forget. Go get him, E! Go get him, my dude! Please! Go get him! That rules! That's so good. All right. Crew report from high over the moon. Keep that experiment. So good. That's so funny. All right, Bob, go outside again. EVA report. Keep that experiment an experiment. All right. Here, let's get away for a second here. Oh! Man, that's way cooler than what we were doing before. And that's just gonna spin there forever and ever and ever. Nice. It's just gonna spin forever and ever. Space junk. We're on a... Hey, no. We are on a suborbital trajectory around Kerbin. Nice try, Ed boy. No world first milestones. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about. Should have a brief loss of signal here. World first doesn't include Kerbals for things like SOI entering. Nah, Ethereal, I don't think so. I think I'll bet you E made a call the president. I'll bet you made a call the president, be like, yo, don't do that. Don't do that. All right, we're gonna leave SOI here. Yeah, baby. Got a little bit of an eclipse going. Hold on, we're taking a screenshot of that. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Wasn't it the moment Apollo 13 exploded? No, it was way earlier in the mission, dude. It was on their mid-course correction burn on the uphill ride to the moon. Yeah, nice, selfish. There you go. Lightning McQueen CFD. Oh boy. Oh boy. That would have been even scarier than I thought. Apollo 13 was no joke, Ellis. Yeah, no joke. It's amazing that we got them back. Fun fact, I talked to one of the guys on that mission one time. I talked to Fred Hayes. Okay. No, Cryostor wasn't in the middle of firing the engines. No, it was in preparation for a mid-course correction. Apollo did course changes on the uphill ride to the moon. One here and one here, more or less. To take into account orbital perturbations. That's all. Yeah. You have to be a little bit more precise than you do in KSP. It's not like get you a rendezvous and then go. Something's always going to screw it up. All right, we're going to jettison the stage here. Because we're on a suborbital trajectory. Be better to do it now. Okay. Okay, CMTV-2B is separated from the capsule. Taurus capsule, we're gonna re-enable all the RCS. Yes, I will do this better. I'll figure out a better way to enable all of this all at once. We need to be able to shut it down through different phases of the mission so we don't end up just hemorrhaging monopropellant all over the place. These thrusters are only really designed to work when they're only designed to work when the capsule's kind of free flying. Okay. So now what we got to do is we got to execute a maneuver that's going to restore our periapsis. That's good enough. 22 meters a second delta V burn here. Let's just ensure that the stage is still on a... Yep, stage is still on a trajectory. Stage is still on a re-entry trajectory. That stage did us good. Brought us out by the moon. One minute till SPS firing here. Why not do a free return? Because that's not the mission. This mission affords us using the transfer vehicles to do this gets you a recircularization. If we're using the target vehicles for a lunar transfer, that makes it so the SPS can circularize this around Kerbin. We have the fuel to do it. Look at the Delta V, dude. We're good. I know what I'm doing. This is a repeat of the mission I did the other night. Yeah, Trey. I'd be curious about Dragon long duration free flying capability, but sure. Wait, why though? The orange Kerbals are gonna stay up there. No, they're not staying up here. I'm doing it so I can precisely return them to KSC. I don't want, guys, I'm not running the, we would have to make sure we're in the right phasing to be able to re-enter precisely over KSC. That would be really, that's not difficult to do. It's just not something I set up out of the box for this capsule. This mission profile allows me to test re-entry trajectories with the capsule to make sure that I have the re-entry trajectory dialed in. And if I can dial in the re-entry trajectory to be precise and enable us to get back to KSC pretty much on the routine, I'll be able to do that from cislunar space in the future. Remember, we've only re-entered with this capsule with crew twice. This is the third time. I'm dialing in its re-entry trajectory from low Kerbin orbit first. And I designed this mission to have the Delta V4 recircularization. In the future, I will do free return trajectories, but I don't want to risk a free return trajectory, especially with these guys on board, that could potentially have the capsule come down over a mountain range and then have the capsule fall down a mountain and kill everybody on board. Ask me why I don't want to do that, please. I've done it. It's happened before. Not with orange suits, but I had a capsule once land on uneven terrain, rolled down a hill, and killed the Kerbal. Elon's crap posting about Sean Duffy Arsenal. It's pretty funny, actually, and I frankly condone this type of behavior. Elon got word that Sean Duffy wanted to basically roll NASA into the Department of Transportation. And, yeah, he's been very vocal about it, rightly so. You didn't let me ask. Oh, okay. I've seen the trailer for it, or the pictures for it, Hellfish, at least. Still more than Orion, yeah, right. Sounds like nothing too crazy then. What is the limiting factor for long duration Dragon? I don't know. That's why I'd be wondering if there was any. NASA needs a lot more infrastructure if they want to get into space trucking. Maybe that's what Sean Duffy wants to do, Stavaruz. Maybe that's what he's trying to get done. Okay, we have lost signal on CMTV 2. I do like what Elon was saying yesterday, man. He was going off, dude. Listen to this. They won't. SpaceX is moving like lightning compared to the rest of the space industry. Moreover, Starship will end up doing the whole moon mission, mark my words. Strong words from a strong man, Captain Insano. That's pretty cool. Alrighty. Put your money where your mouth is, and you have a lot of money. Let's do it. Let's do it. Get her done, Haas. Let's go. I know that, dude. I know that everybody at SpaceX is gung-ho about that. I know it. I talked to a couple people. They were like, hell yeah, we're gonna do this. I'm like, hell yeah, you're gonna do this, boy. Let's go. Very jocular. Very jocular, yes. Yeah, Buxo, there you go, man. Farm, don't. Are we for or against Elon and Starship? So, Ellis, I want... Okay. This is a complicated subject. Generally, for. We for that. We want this. The funny thing is that Sean Duffy doesn't want it. He said that SpaceX, if SpaceX makes the lander before everybody else, that's good, right? But if somebody else makes the lander, we're going to pull their lunar lander contracts. And that pissed Elon off a little bit. Rightly so. That he's basically opting to pull a contract that SpaceX won in a competition in 2021. Pretty lame. That's not cool. That sets up an awful precedent at NASA. That NASA can just renege on a contract because they feel like it. That's terrible. No one's going to want to do business with NASA if that's the case. So, I personally, I am all for Elon grilling the hell out of Sean Duffy. I don't think that Sean Duffy understands the gravity of what he's doing. I don't think you realize what the hive that you stirred, and I don't think that guy understands what's right for the space program, to be honest with you. I don't mind the guy as a person. He seems like a nice enough dude, but all of his PR optics have basically boiled down to the changes that he make, and just the outward optics of the whole thing scream you have no idea what you're doing. Like rolling NASA into the Department of Transportation? What are you talking about? Why would you? No, bro, no. All right, here we go. Recirc burn here. Like, that screams you don't know what you're talking about. Like, that screams peak Dunning-Kruger, dude. That's something that you'd see like a 20-hour elapsed Kerbal player say. I think it was done on purpose. How do you get someone to... Yeah, Geek, that's all fine and dandy. Opening... Yeah, I understand that. I don't necessarily agree with it. I understand that. You could say, if you want to make the fair assumption that, he's trying to motivate SpaceX to get it done, I think he succeeded. With that being said, he also wants to... Confirmed. This is not Eric Berger's sources say. He actually confirmed the source from Duffy himself. He wants to roll NASA into the Department of Transportation and get rid of NASA. Get rid of NASA. No. You have no idea what you're doing. Stop. Straight up, bro. Straight up. Just no. That won't happen. Yeah, I hope. All right, we're doing our recircularization, trying to get to 100 circular here. Capsule is performing great. Did it give reason as to why this will help NASA? No. Random question. Wasn't the return trajectory of the moon being generally shorter than the outbound one so that the landing zone had to be over the Pacific? Yes. What does the U.S. win if they beat China back to the moon? Bragging rights. I personally don't necessarily think that is like useful thing to do, I guess. Okay. Let's recircularize at 100. Okay, 2 minute 46 seconds to a apogee here. We're back around Kerbin. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. I don't really think that his game plan is really good. I think Duffy wanting to roll that thing in together, etc., that's. I understand that there could be benefits from doing that. However, at the same time, you want to claim expediency. You want to get back to the moon. You can't be bothered with trying to roll NASA into a different organization. Like, what are you doing? Why would you refactor NASA's bureaucracy, you know, when time is of the essence? What's wrong with you? What are you doing? I don't, like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Like, that's as strange to me as someone saying, yes, I like trains. Here is a train. And has like a duck in their hand. Like a duck, like the thing that flies. Like, this is a train. I'm like, nope, that's not that at all. I don't think you like trains. No, see, it quacks just like a train. No. Hyonk. No, that doesn't do that at all. Yeah, Arsenal. I don't know, man. I'm sure Sean Duffy's a nice dude. Sure he is, bro. Stick to figuring out air traffic control. Or something else, please. Could canceling Elon's lander contract be following up on a certain person said about canceling Elon's contract? No, RJ, that's not a thing. Dude, fellas, here's the thing, man. I think Elon is pissed because he just doesn't want to see this happen to NASA. If you really want my honest to God opinion. I don't think this has anything to do with the contracts. SpaceX don't need the contracts. I think Elon's pissed at this, not just because this is dumb. Not because it has to do with, you know, like, messing up SpaceX's contracts. I really don't think SpaceX needs the cash. NASA could pull out of the HLS program right now. It would not screw with SpaceX's bottom line too much. If you could believe that. I think he's pissed because this is a stupid thing to do. And I'm pretty sure he probably already called the president and said, hey, get rid of this guy. Like, please. Not use the main engine to brake. The fine control of the RCS is working just fine, is it not? I mean, if you want me to turn the thing around, we can do that. I'm trying to be precise in my orbit here. You're scared about me running out of monoprop? It's the end of the mission, dude. It's not a big deal. So NASA joins the Department of Transportation when rockets need a speed limit. No. Okay. Get the impulse of the burn here. There we go. Let's push ourselves around here. There we go. Reorient the capsule for the final service propulsion system firing here for deorbit burn. Do you eyeball the land? It's eyeballed. My re-entry trajectory is eyeballed here, but I did a couple of uncrewed landings with the capsule to make sure this is right. Now we're going to do it again. I want my Kerbals coming back down near the damn space center. And fortunately, with this type of mission architecture, we can do it. In the future, guys, I'm not going to engineer the service module to have enough to come back and recircularize. The service module will be used for lunar or Minmus operations and will be used to do the trans-Kerbin injection burn. And then we will return and hopefully I can have it dialed in. We have pod re-entry figured out good enough that I can get it right back near KSC. Okay, go for deorbit burn. Deorbit burn, on time and nominal. Perfect. Good. All right, dudes. Let's get her home. Okay. Trajectory still looking good. We're aligning to the normal vector here. Okay. Stand by for service module jettison. We have a good jettison of the service module segment. enabling the entry interface yaw thrusters. I didn't like how that just separated like that. I was not really too big of a fan of that. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do here is go into Kerbal's inventory, and I'll have Bob put the surface experiments packet, or the EVA experiments package, back into the cargo container, and each Kerbal will don their parachutes. I have to say, we packed that pretty good. Nice. Okay. We're a little close to that service module. I'm not sure I like that, but roll control thrusters are working and nominal. Starting to see some ablation on the forward edge of the heat shield. Hey, calm it down, fellas. Calm it down, fellas. Just enjoy the mission, okay? I don't get how the plan for this Blue Origin render's any less complicated. RJ, it's left launches, but the thing is that Blue is using a waterfall style engine. They're using waterfall style engineering, so their systems engineering and stakeholder expectations are much more rigid. Pivoting would be bad. If Blue Origin changed their trajectory with their landing architecture from that to something that's more expedient, that doesn't happen on any reasonable time scale, right? And B, their lander most likely would be delayed in general. It's just, yeah, not good. Now, for what it's worth, I do like Blue's architecture. I really do. It's pretty good. Okay, we have lost a signal with Plasma Blackout. Crew still in good spirits. Jeb's having a good time. Yep. Our pod has cross-range capability, baby. Look at it. Look at it relative to the we came in at 0 inclination. Look. See the gap right there? Well, you guys can't see it. See the gap? We have cross-range. Yeah, baby. Oh, there goes the service mod. Okay. Bye. Yeah, baby. Be coming out of signal blackout here. We have reacquisition of signal right through KSC. Everything's looking good. Oh, that's pretty. Hell yeah. Exact same amount of ablation on the heat shield as last time. Perfect. And we're coming down in the exact same spot, which is great. Do we have the helicopter? No. No. Just a recovery this time. Not nearly as cool, Flankin, I know. Close enough for a boat. Perhaps in the future. Ablation! We're 30 kilometers away. Yeah, absolutely. We could absolutely go and recover this. If I had the K92, if we had the K92, we could, yeah, easily recover this. No problem. We got drogues. Tipsy, 69-month resub. Thank you. Drogues slowed us down. Main chute deploy. We got two chutes inflating. Full reef, baby. Can you explain exactly what waterfall style testing means again, please? Sure. Dan, waterfall style testing is what happens when you figure out exactly what you want, right? Exactly what you want, and you figure out every step of the way to getting what you want. Think of it like a blueprint to a house almost, okay? You have you don't just make a house kind of willy-nilly, right? If you have a blueprint to a house, it tells you exactly how to make it, tells you everything you need. That is waterfall testing, basically, where you make the blueprints and you figure out everything that you need and then to make sure that the thing works, you do a bunch of, you do a lot of testing on the ground, you do a lot of analytical things, and then you finish it up with a big test flight. Artemis SLS is built that way. It's waterfall style testing, and it worked great on the first try. That's waterfall. Waterfall is gives you the most, it basically means do the most amount of testing that you can on the ground, as much as humanly possible, and retire risk that way. And then finish it up with we have splashdown, Taurus capsule splashdown, we are in stable 1. And then basically conclude it all with one all-up flight test and go. The Saturn V was engineered this way. One all-up flight test, send it. If something goes weird, maybe you do another one. And you go from there. That's waterfall style testing. Why do they term it waterfall? Because it starts in one place and goes all the way down to the bottom in sequence, right? Now, the flip side of that would be agile development. Agile development is more or less rigid in its design. With agile, you wouldn't draw out your entire blueprint. You just kind of say, okay, we want to do this. right? We want to make this. What do we need to do to get there? Okay, so if we're going to make this, we're going to need engines. Okay, and we're going to need maybe make this out of stainless steel or something. And it needs to be reusable. So maybe it's going to have tiles. With agile testing, you're doing a lot more. With agile testing in the context of aerospace engineering, you're doing a lot more flight iteration. So you see stuff like Starship, Flight 1. Flight 1 is almost that wasn't a full starship. That's not a full spaceship. It was a test article at best. It's nowhere near the completed design. But that's not the point. The point is to test the components that you've already done. In this particular case, that was designed to test, 33 booster sequencing. It was designed to test staging, which it didn't get to. And it was designed to basically test the systems that were on the ship, right? And as we've gone from Flight 1 and Starship, Flight 2, Flight 3, Flight 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to 11, right? SpaceX has added more and more and done more and more test flight objectives. And through this rapid prototyping and iteration of Starship, they'll eventually come up with a super honed model. Now, here's the flips about this. Waterfall tends to be, like I said, it's more rigid in its design. There's not much room for flexibility. Waterfall style testing makes sense when you're trying to do something that you know you've done before. Agile testing or all-up testing really, really is suited for when you're trying something you really don't know how to do. You're trying to learn something new. You're trying to develop a vehicle. You're trying to do research on said vehicle. SpaceX doesn't know how to make a Starship. They don't even know what Starship looks like, the final version. They've even said this isn't even close to the final version because they don't know what the final version is going to look like. They will hone and change their expectations for the vehicle with every iteration. Flight 1 is not Flight 5. Those are two way different things. Flight 5 is not Flight 11. Two way different things. And over time, through rapid flight iteration, in their agile development, they will eventually come up with a super honed product. Now, because Waterfall's more rigid in design, it ends up being a little bit less expensive. It's a little bit less expensive. Rapid prototyping, especially on the scale that SpaceX is doing, is very, very expensive. Elon's got deep pockets. That's not an issue. So, Dan, that's the differences. Waterfall is much more rigid in your stakeholder expectations. You figure out everything end to end of the vehicle, of the space vehicle or launch vehicle. You figure out everything. You do all the math out on the ground, and then you fly it in a test to make sure your math was right. And then you certify the vehicle to go. Guys, it's not sinking. It's in stable 1. We're good to go. Do you think the increased speed at Starbase with the increased speed at Starbase recently, they will fly in December? I've said January, dude. That's the other thing, Trey. And so many people here will recover. Orange suits are home. So many people don't understand this with SpaceX. Part of SpaceX's stakeholder expectations, part of their goal is making Starship mass producible. And in that regard, Star Factory is an assembly line. Anybody here that knows even one iota about industrial engineering knows that idling the line is horrible. It's horrible for business. It's horrible for training. It's horrible for iteration, using the rapid iteration. It's horrible for all of those things. SpaceX doesn't want to idle the line. They're going to try to go for as minimal a stopgap, 96 science, baby. They're going to try to go for as minimal stopgap between Block 2 and Block 3 as humanly possible. That's why I said they're going to kick it into overdrive. And now I think they're going to do it even more because now they got something to prove. Congrats on the mission. Thank you. No scrums. Yeah, we'll call it iterative development. But that's the technical term for it. Do you understand the differences, Dan? Agile's much more, iterative development is much more flexible. You might find out new things and say, oh man, we found out something new. Let's do that and let's go down that path. your stakeholder expectations for your vehicle are kind of general. Make life multiplanetary, good example. Fully reusable, 2-stage super heavy launch vehicle, 100 tons to low Earth orbit. Very, very kind of generalized stakeholder expectations. So like what you want the vehicle to do. And then the path to get to those expectations might be twisty and turny, right? With waterfall style development, or like kind of, let's say, garden variety aerospace development, you sit there and you think about everything that you need this vehicle to do, and every test and everything that you need to validate to do end-to-end qualification of every single component, and then you test it all at the end with one big flight test. That's much more rigid. It's much more rigid in its design philosophy, and it's really not as well susceptible to, or it's not very good with unknown unknowns. Like, I'll give you an example, and keep in mind this is just theory. I don't know if this is true or not. This is what I suspect. I could be wrong. Please, somebody prove me wrong if I'm wrong. I've always said, you've heard me say many times on Flame Trench in here, that I think Blue Origin, I think they wanted to land that first stage. The New Glenn's first stage. I think they expected it to land. It was part of their FAA flight profile, and they had a mishap investigation when it didn't land. Blue Origin, they called the thing, so you're saying there's a chance, but they entirely expected that thing, per their analytical waterfall testing, to land on the drone ship on the first try. And then they had an unknown unknown. And now they're flying 2 flights this year, maybe, instead of the 6 that they planned. That's what I mean about non-rigid stakeholder expectations, right? SpaceX, Ship 36 blew up. Okay, good. Go take a Starship transport stool, weld the crap out of it, put it on top of the OLM. We'll make that into a test stand, whatever. You're much more flexible in your design. You're much more flexible in your operations. With Waterfall, not so much. Something went wrong with the Glenn Stage 1, Flight 1. Something went very wrong with it. And see how Blue has they kind of went silent, and now they're taking their time figuring out what was wrong with it. And only 8 months later have we seen a second New Glenn's first stage. There's a reason for that. They're not as flexible in their stakeholder expectations, because they're using a legacy form of aerospace engineering, which is fine. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Slow and steady wins the race. That's the company's motto. You wouldn't expect them to be doing iterative development, right? Hey, Leglander, thanks for the raid. I missed the whole flight. Did you hit your mission objectives? Every single one was hit. 100% mission success. Can we play golf on the runway? Sure. Does that make more sense, Dan? Yeah, Fold, you could do that. Sure. That's not a bad idea. Let's do it. Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. How long? A little bit more sense. How much longer until HLV stuff? I don't know, man. Let's take it one step at a time. Hey, Jeff, Bill, and Bob leveled up, baby. We got 255 science. Now, I'll be honest, that flyby did not net me as much. That didn't really net me as much science as I really wanted to. As I really wanted it to, which is just a shame. Interesting, I never knew the difference. Yeah, and Trey, this is why when I was saying, like, Sean Duffy's opening up HLS to companies like Blue Origin, I looked at him funny. You want Blue Origin to try and accelerate? That's not really what they're set up for. SpaceX is the only one that's designed to be able to accelerate. They can advance timelines if they need to, because they're much more flexible in their company's engineering, or their cohesion, I guess. They're much more flexible. Because of their iterative development. They can pivot if they need to. Blue, Boeing, Lockheed, not really set up to do something like that. That's not to say that they couldn't either. But saying, oh, I'm gonna open up HLS because I want Blue Origin and SpaceX to compete. All that's going to do is put schedule pressure on your waterfall style testing for Blue and basically rush through it. That's not going to end well because it's rigid. They're rigid in their stakeholder expectations. It's very important to understand that. Does your capsule have an experiment storage unit? Yes, yes. Yeah, there you go, Alex. That's a good example. Yeah, yeah. We got him back, Liam. Yep, everything's good. All that's going to do is incentivize cutting corners from everyone, which is dumb. And that's what I mean when I say I don't really think Sean Duffy understands the can of worms he's opening here. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, dude. The only thing I can really default to is that you're either purposeful, you're either obfuscating the truth and acting stupid because of it, or you're just an idiot. Like, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, he's pretty damn smart. He's a pretty smart dude. If he's saying he's a moron, I'm kind of inclined to agree. You know? Both can be true. I don't think Sean Duffy understands the nuances to the space program, nor the nuances to the politics behind the space program. I really don't think so. I think he's looking to make a name for himself, and he's trying to rock the boat. And that's cool. I don't mind it. I like the drive. I get it, but also you rock the boat with my space program, we're gonna have problems. We're gonna have problems. Every time somebody has done that, it's ended up worse for NASA. Like worse. Norman Augustine, I'm looking at you. Yeah, you know what you did. You son of a... You know what you did! Anyway. Would it be cool? It would be cool if we have meteors falling on Kerbin at night and we can see it. Get the Sentinel Space Telescope airborne. Launch that into a solar orbit. Then find out what happens. I don't know all systems. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, yeah, good test here. So we have 255 science. That's enough to unlock something here. I'm not sure exactly what I want, though. I know what you did last summer. That's right. That landing gear would certainly be good for our flyback stage. I might get that. NASA's cooked anyway. Just cancel Artemis and spend the money on things that aren't outdated by 20 years. Yeah, Warhammer, I'm not trying to say that that's a stupid thing to do, but every time somebody has said that over the last half century, NASA's ended up with the shaft and less capability. That's a thinly veiled way of saying, let's defund NASA. Careful. What was Falcon 9's design philosophy? Falcon 9 was designed with a very simple principle in mind. Be able to resupply the ISS and go from there. You don't need to use your science. I don't, but I want to. We could also hit some golf balls off the SPH runway, which I think I want to do. I'm telling you guys, I've been reading about spaceflight policy and systems engineering for 15 freaking years, man. I just want the EUS and dream that SLS had a block by. Jim was gonna do it, RJ. He was gonna do it, but we decided as a country that we wanted to put a person that loves pudding in as the NASA administrator instead. The proof is in my pants, and the pudding is in my pants too. Yeah, Marshawn's back in Boston tonight. Yeah, it kills me. Dude, I don't want to know nothing about that, Ordon. It kills me to see him in a Panthers jersey. It kills me. Like, I die inside. I'm just dandy. I fell off a log and I got a bowl of chocolate pudding down my underpants. Yeah, I deleted that emote, Sea Kraken. After that whole Viper fiasco, I deleted that emote. I don't like Bill. I don't like him. We're not friends. You know what you did, you schmuck. No. You know, Sea Kraken, people can harp on, you know, JPL getting underfunded and layoffs happening at JPL during this presidential administration. Well, the truth of the matter is they started last presidential administration. Bill Nelson started doing that. He's the one that laid off 1,000 people from JPL in 2023. And also defunded Chandra and Viper. Yeah, I don't like him. Yeah, no, we're not friends. He can get bent. Go retire or something. I don't freaking know. Yeah, we should probably get back in the Lizard before that engine overpowers the brakes. Just frankly disgusting behavior. Like, and I had enough of it when they canceled Viper, and that's why I said what I said, and I still mean it. We have Jim come back? I don't know. We can play golf though. Ah! That's Kerbal for 4. Yes. Very good. The ball persists. Go find it. No. No, I'm good. Nothing, Meebus. Jim comes back, block buys 200 SLS Block 2s and 4 mobile launchers, City on the Moon by 2040. That was the dream. That was 2019 EJ's dream, but that ship sailed. As a Swiss citizen, it makes me feel good that the last guy who made marks in history by getting James Webb Space Telescope operational was a Swiss guy working for NASA. And now working at a Swiss university. Ah, you're of course referring to Dr. Zerbuchen. Yes, he's a very good dude. Yes, I very much like him. I really wish he would come back to run NASA's Science Mission Directorate. I think you did a very good job. All right. Didn't know that Kimmy was NASA administrator. You guys have never heard Thomas Zerbuchen talk, have you? It's pretty obvious because you all think that was Finnish. EJ, would you want to build underground on Mars or build into the side of mountains and cliffs? How about we get there, fooled? I don't give a frick. Get there. And then we can figure out what kind of house you want. $260. Yeah, that didn't really give us much, dudes. By the way, what happened to Bechtel and their mobile launcher apart from being late and overpriced? It's almost done. It's almost done. You can say whatever you want about Bechtel, but the thing's almost finished. Getting the LY-35 landing gear probably would be nice for me. I kind of want that. But then again, if we go and get 40 more science somewhere... How about we get there? Yeah, Geek, I personally really never... Oh, people are going to hate me for this, dude. People sit here and say that Apollo wasn't sustainable. Apollo wasn't sustainable. Blah, 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 blah. Flags and footprints. Blah, 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 blah. They say that, you know, oh, Apollo wasn't... all right, so what? What do you mean it's not sustainable? Dude, you could build Gateway with a Saturn V. Could you not do that? You could build Gateway with a Saturn V. The CSM is more capable. It has more Delta V than Orion. Yes, it can't stay up there for long periods of time, but if you hook it to something like Skylab or a transfer vehicle, it could stay up there for longer than Orion. So tell me again how Apollo was not sustainable. That's just bullcrap cope that people come up with. Everything the Saturn V architecture can quite actually do everything that the Artemis architecture can do, but better. It could do the Artemis architecture better than the Artemis program. You wouldn't need Gateway. Hell, imagine a Skylab at the moon. You could do either one, Elfish. You could do either one. You do either one. The CSM could easily build Gateway in rectilinear halo orbit. No problem. Power and propulsion, halo, no problem. And then you could even put that all on a transfer vehicle, like you said. So tell me again. I'm really curious. Tell me again from a spaceflight architecture perspective why the Apollo program isn't sustainable. That's a crock of bull crap. That's just the hardest cope that people have ever come up with to justify the freaking space shuttle. And I like the space shuttle. Apollo Applications Program proves the program could have been sustainable. Bingo. The Saturn V was not sustainable for getting to the moon. But on the other hand, it was never designed to just go to the moon. What? What do you mean? How can you make the argument that the rocket that is sent Apollo 8, Apollo 10, Apollo 11, Apollo 12, Apollo 13, Apollo 14, Apollo 15, Apollo 16, Apollo 17. That sent 9 missions to the moon. 27 people. How can you argue that that's not sustainable as a moon rocket? It sent the most amount of people to the damn moon. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? It by far and away, empirically, is the most sustainable. How many people has SLS sent to the moon? How many people is SLS going to send to the moon by the end of this decade? By the end of this decade, SLS will have been around for 20 years, more than the entirety of the Apollo program from start to finish. No, that's bullcrap, dude. Just build another Saturn V, damn it. Anyway. Okay, you don't need to build another Saturn V. Just give SLS a better upper stage. But rebuild the third stage. All we need right now is the CSM, which we kind of have with Orion. Close enough. We need a LEM, right? And we need an S4B. That's it. That is the if we build those 3 things, SLS will do the job. That's fine. That's okay. I'm cool with it. Deep breath. Woo-sa! Woo-sa! See, this is playfully upset EJ. Yesterday was actually upset EJ. I was pissed yesterday. I was really mad. Didn't they test bringing back the S1C with parachutes at one point? It was part of the applications program for potential smart reuse for the S1C, Alex, yeah. It involved jettisoning the forward dome, the forward LOX dome on the S1C and using it as a gigantic shock absorber. Do you feel pretty? Yes. Don't get me wrong, Von Braun had more in mind with the Saturn V than just go to the moon. That's why it was over-engineered. Yeah. They want a new modern rocket. Yes, a new modern rocket, Tippy, using 1970s shuttle technology. Yes, new and modern. Using an F1 in the Saturn 1B's first stage would have been... Yeah. Yeah, you won. And, you know, I'll be honest with you. I do believe in NASA having their own in-house program. But to be honest with you, I love that Elon makes them squirm. I love it. I love it. I love it. See this? That's what you should have been making 30 years ago. They don't get it. It's funny. They just don't get it. You just don't get it. You don't get it. And that's why I love it when I see people weigh in on SpaceX and I can immediately tell who has no idea what they're talking about. You just don't get it. I love that SpaceX is making them squirm. I love it. I love it. Maybe they'll have a coming to Jesus moment and be like, oh crap. Hasn't happened yet, but the pot is being stirred. Yeah, and the best part is that Elon's coming to NASA's defense. Pretty good. Love it. I love it. I love that SpaceX throws a monkey wrench in it, dude. Because NASA has had some programmatic problems for basically a half century. Now is the time to fix them. Past generations have seen it not a worthwhile endeavor. Guess what? Our generation will do it. We'll fix your screw up. That's fine. We already are. Deal with it. It's funny because they can't. That's hilarious, dude. That's the real funny thing here. SpaceX is going to eclipse NASA in capability. Elon's going to do an end-to-end lunar Starship mission. He's, believe me, out of spite, and it's going to be freaking glorious. Seriously, you think I'm kidding? Look. SpaceX is moving like lightning compared to the rest of the space industry. Moreover, Starship will end up doing the entire lunar mission. Mark my words. Go get them, boys and girls at SpaceX. Go get them. Let's do it. Let's do them. Show them what's up. This is sick, man. I love it. I love it. He'll do it, but in 15 years? Nope. End of the decade. At the latest. Maybe we should disband NASA. NASA has needed a programmatic overhaul, ARJ, for a long time. Roping it into the Department of Transportation is not doing that. That's sidestepping the issue. They've needed a programmatic overhaul. NASA needs a goal. And it's funny because they finally have one, albeit from the orange one. It's fine. I don't care. They have a goal. They have a very clear and concise stakeholder expectation from an executive branch that is prioritizing the space program. You have a very clear goal here. This is a perfect opportunity to get NASA back to doing what they do best. And Sean Duffy is fucking that up pretty badly. Anyway. Oh, shit. Pretty funny, actually. I didn't say nothing, weather guy. I didn't say nothing. I said heckin'. But they don't seem to be wanting to follow that goal much, so NASA's useless at the moment. Yeah, well, with Mr. Duffy at the helm, he hasn't really really convinced me that he's the right man for the job, but whatever. You're fired. Yeah, right. I wish. Your mic cut out at a very sorry, it was the compression filter. I don't know what to tell you, bro. No one is? I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it for my Twitch salary. I don't care. That'd be a huge pay cut for a government job at that level. I don't give a frick. I'll do it. Elon says, "Frick you, Jobu. I do it myself." Good movie, Fluffy. Fluffy, your stock just rose a couple points in my opinion in the EJ stock. Go apply then. NASA seems to be doing well with non-human spaceflight programs. Yeah, something like that, Jeff. Could have had something cool. I'll tell you what, dude. See, Kraken, that S4B, I actually did the math out on this Saturn 1B right here with 4 Titan rockets on it and a singular F1 in the first stage. Holy balls. That is a more than capable vehicle, dude. We're talking throws, albeit with an expendable vehicle, but we're talking throw weight similar to New Glenn, like 40 tons, dude. You could shoot 5 to 10 tons TLI with this damn thing. Actually, probably more. If you're doing Earth Orbit Rendezvous with that extended S4B right there, oh my gosh, you could send people to the moon with 2 of these things. No problem. Lunar mission next year? What do you mean, Trey? Artemis 2 is in line, yeah. What is the over-under on the number of crewed ship flights to the moon before any other non-CNSA flight? I don't know. It's going to be a lot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now, see, these things over here, I don't know what the hell these things are about. But believe it or not, guys, there was another variant of this, of the S1B, or the Saturn 1, with the AJ260. They wanted to do, so Seacrack, listen up, they wanted to do a solid fuel first stage for the Saturn 1B. Yeah. They wanted to do a solid fuel first stage, and guess what? They built it and they tested it. That's an AJ260. Actually, fun fact, that's half of an AJ260. Because they didn't have a test stand big enough to test the full thing. That's half of an AJ260. It would have been twice the length. They tested it and it worked, and then they never used it. Where do you think I got the idea for Jebstone 4, man? Everybody thinks Jebstone 4 is an Ares 1 ripoff. No. Jebstone 4 is not an Ares 1 ripoff. Jebstone 4 is a ripoff of that. The S1B with an AJ260 first stage. That's like twice the size of a shuttle booster. Single casing. No segmented casing. No, you don't have to worry about O-rings popping the seals or anything. Why did you use an orange tank? Okay, you got me there because it looked cool, but also. So that's an AJ260. The full thing is an AJ520. 260 is the diameter. 260 inches. It has nothing to do with the length. That's the caliber. But also frick you, Nova, yeah. Yeah, that's my truck right there, by the way. That's a 59. That's a 59 Ford. Yeah, that's my truck. Comparatively, it's quite large. Now that we were friends, shut up, Nova. We need to stop doing that, building cool stuff, testing it, and then not using it. Yes. No, I want a 260-foot wide booster. I mean, you know the nozzle diameter would be like a football stadium, Geeson, right? Like, I think you know that. I think you know that. Anyway. I thought there were famously issues with scaling up solid boosters. How does this thing work and why wasn't it continued? It got swept under the rug when we decided we I'm not gonna say that. I'll say the nicer version. That got basically canceled when Apollo program funding got ramped down. They were looking at a lower cost way of making of ways of mitigating costs to the Saturn program. What they really didn't understand, though, and what no politician seemed to understand at the time, is that Apollo carried a heavy price tag because of the development. It was very development heavy. Because when the Apollo program started, we had barely sent somebody into orbit, let alone sent somebody to the moon. So the development price tag was huge. And the only thing that makes that worse is paying $2 billion or something in 1969 to develop and fund this entire freaking program, right? Incurring all that development cost and then using it 20 times maybe. To incur such a development cost like that, we should have launched to recoup our investment. We should have launched hundreds of Saturn V's and Saturn 1Bs. So they were already looking at ways of cost reduction. That all got canceled in 1972. And we got the space shuttle instead. When you say Apollo program, that includes Mercury, right? No. Elon kept going, bro. He's got a poll.
Discovery,
oh, nice.
go and
Please, let the shellacking of Sean Duffy, please, commence. Please. Continue in earnest, please. I'm not showing that on stream, dude. I'm not showing that on stream. I'm not showing that poll on stream. What are you nuts? EJ, you should check out Stoke's deluge test. LC-14 is basically vehicle ready. God, I love Stoke. Stoke's so good, man. Oh, look. Whoa! Very nice. They got rainbirds, baby. So let's see, where's our point of ignition? Okay, so ignition is right here. So T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the Nova rocket. There you go. Was out most of the day. I assume you discussed this pad concrete berm demo. I didn't do space news today. We did a crewed mission out to the moon with the target vehicles, man, with Jeb, Bill, and Bob, and it was 100% successful, dude. Very happy about that. I'm just trying to think what we should do with all the science that we're gonna get, that we got. We got 250 science and change. It wasn't too much, dude, but. Do I want the skiff? We could get the skiff, but I really don't need it right now, Nova. I like the Reliance and I like the Octo rocket. It's pretty damn good. I don't really need the skiff. We have the Cheetah, dude. We don't need that. I don't need fuel tanks. Definitely, I mean, we could... I mean, those mono tanks might be nice, but... I don't really need these, the Strakes or anything. The Panther engine would be nice to have, but we don't necessarily need that. Landing gear would be good for a flyback booster. That's kind of what I'm thinking we should get. I need that LY-35 to make the flyback booster land on the runway so we can just, you know, get it back. Specialized control, I don't necessarily need. We don't need the Stratus 5 cylindrified monopropel. We don't need that. The vernier thrusters could be useful. Water landings are fine though, right? The landing on the runway is cool. I want to land on the runway. That's cool. Cheetah is in the same node as the skiff in the mainsail. The Poodle engine, not Cheetah. Any science to unlock? How did that rocket fly? Oh, we got something. We got the cigarette rocket is back, RJ, but it's not a cigarette rocket. It's, let's call it the cigar cutter rocket, okay? Those electric rotors could be useful as well. The Poodle engine is amazing. Dude, that's one of the best engines in the game, dude, by a long shot. I didn't even unlock the skipper. I don't even have that unlocked. But we're slowly but surely we are progressing towards MLV. It'd be nice to grab that thing. I never thought a day would come where I would say that I agree with Burger Boy. The solars would be nice. I'll be honest with you. What I really want is that gravioli detector. If we can get the gravioli detector, oh man, you make that's like biome specific, dude. You can so much science. You can get so much science from that. Science begets science. You only want it because it's close to ravioli and you're Italian. That's kind of racist, like, and I don't know if I appreciate that. Your stomach's a ravioli detector. Dude, so is mine. Twinsies. Yeah, give me the damn landing gear. Screw it. Landing gear. Pause. In my time watching you, I never thought in a million years of streaming would you say twinsies. Okay. Did you miss that was a joke? What? Did the old man blow a joke by you? You missed it, Graham? Huh. What, are you starting to get old on us or something? Freaking geezer. Lesser Graham, indeed. Emphasis on lesser Graham. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to be the cool uncle. Being cool isn't a proclamation, my friend. Ooh, it's playing the SPH music. That's good. Hmm. Do you know if that clip from when you guys were racing go-karts in GTA and someone said something stupid funny and you almost choked to death survived? I don't think that.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
No. I don't think that clip survived. Yeah. This is cursed. I love it. I told you the cigarette rocket's back, homie. We got to do something about that. That looks so goofy. I hate it so much, dude. It looks so bad. You know, I got another idea. No, that's not That's not gonna work. Is this the Timu Sig booster? This is the cigar cutter. It's not the cigarette rocket. It's the cigar cutter rocket. Diagonal landing gear coming from the center. Yeah. That looks so bad. Just kill me. I've used all of the creative juices for the day. I don't think this is going to come out right. You doing it, yeah. Yeah. How's that look? Dude, I don't know. I might just be good with splashing it down. I'm not liking any of the landing gear. Why not two in the center, but it's set up like an X? This, angling the gear out in two ways, you're asking the Kraken to kill your rocket. Oh, balls. How about a catch truck? Bicycle it onto the runway, slow down and tip over. Yeah, Kerbal doesn't... I haven't had good experience doing something like that, Jay. Could a landing sled work? No. No. This will do. The problem is that it looks so bad. You seen NVIDIA's space data center concept? Okay, hear you out. Have the tower catch it? Ooh, that's a good idea. You know what, dudes? I do see a totally not starship thing going on over there. And also at the same time, Jensen Huang met with Elon Musk at Starbase like last week. So... NVIDIA might contract SpaceX. Dude, if NVIDIA contracts Starship to build space data centers, I don't think we need to worry about funding for the space program anymore, dudes. Like, that's like gold rush level of like, yeah, you're good, dude. Like, you're gonna build cities out of like now, like space cities, dude. All right, we will explore more landing gear concepts for this tomorrow or something, guys. I'm actually really freaking tired all of a sudden. 100% successful mission today, guys. So actually, let's take a look at the contracts that we have. See if we can get something. Skibbity bop. Yep. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, of course, yeah. I think NVIDIA will contract Blue. They will get there faster. That's just the right amount of sass that I want in this stream, Warhammer. Edviz? Plant flag on Minmus. Yep. Plant flag on the moon. Yep. Place a satellite in a specific orbit around Kerbin with a thermometer. Ooh, retrograde. High retrograde orbit there. Test the twin bore landed at the moon. Test the skiff orbiting the moon. Okay. No, NVIDIA will contract Astra. Oh my goodness. All right. Edviz. Let's take the Edviz mission. So tomorrow, fellas, what we're going to do is put the capsule back up there. We're going to revise the action groups to the capsule. Revise the AGs for the capsule and go and get 3 Kerbals with it. And then we'll focus on our lunar architecture here. When making Kerbals, the slider bars for stupidity really means dumb or smart. The slider bars have nothing to do with that. It's the job title. Scientists are gonna give you better science, Airborne. The courage and stupidity meters are just there to have Kerbals have different reactions to things. If you have courage and stupidity max out, everything, when the accelerometer starts going up and down, everything makes you happy. Jeb has max courage and max stupidity. It's just the way, that's just the way they, that's just the way that they do that, to get the Kerbals to have different reactions. I actually do not want SpaceX to rely on any NVIDIA money. Their huge profits for a while now have been from all this AI-generated stuff, and AI looks exceptionally bubbly right now. ULA.com bubble pop 2.0, no thank you. Starlink is a hedge against that, Aqualex, but I understand what you're saying. Boy. Didn't Elon say he wants to build a Dyson Swarm using Starlink, but with AI training computers? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Oh, to be like this in our 80s, what's that? Nice. Yeah, Mario's awesome. All right, dudes. Well, we got our missions for tomorrow. We're going to go grab those 3 Kerbals, and then we start working on building out how we're going to get to the moon. We already have the capsule figured out. Capsule performed great. That is one of the better pods that I've ever made. By a long shot. It's pretty damn good. Anyway, I think that's going to do it for Kerbal. I think we just played 8. We played 8.5 hours of KSP. I'm glad you got your Kerbal skills back. Choosing to go into career mode was the right move. I would have failed mission mode badly. But I think once we go through this career mode save and kind of see it through, we can go from there. Boy. Duffy Kerman is going to have to approve of your way to get to the moon. Yeah, Dan, what were we saying about maxing out Kerbal's stupidity just a second ago? No relation to current conversation. Sorry. What were we saying about that? I just really enjoy seeing Elon just shellac that man on Twitter. Like, is that bad? Am I a terrible person for being like, for being okay with this? Am I terrible? I think that's funny. Good for you. You deserve it, man. Holy crap. Go get him, E. Go get him. It's the redemption arc. All right, dudes. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. Think I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm a little tired, a little wired, and I think I deserve a little appreciation. But I also want to play Battlefield, so let's wind down with some Battlefield. All right, I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube. We'll switch over to Battlefield. If that's not your cup of tea, no problem. I'll see you guys tomorrow noontime. We start up Kerbal again. We're going to do space news tomorrow, though. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I said 50 cost, not 49.5. Yep. Subtract 80 from 200 and play BF6. Yep. All right, jogging the VOD. YouTube standby for a momentary loss of signal. I'll be back in a second.